Chapter 7, Platform 9 3/4. Chapter text. The longer this went on, the more Harry felt right. He knew these people around him were good, and he was eager to know just as much about them as his own past. He also knew, instinctively, that everything from his past would not be good for them. But after that first chapter, he decided that knowing was still better than nothing. This chapter in particular was going to be special, of that he was sure. His guardians were speculating all sorts of things, from the house he'd be in to the friends he'd make, and even his first trip on the train. It made a warm feeling settle deep within him, and he was eager to read on. Harry's last month with the Dursleys wasn't fun. What? Why? Lily and James both yelped, fearing that the Dursleys really had punished Harry for Hagrid's act. Relax, Harry said at once. They mostly just ignored me. That was kind of boring, so yeah, not fun. Remus was shaking his head and saying, "Come on now, Harry. Was it ever fun there, really?" Harry fidgeted a bit, knowing full well that all present wanted to have a full-on talk with him about his life at the Dursleys, but he wanted very much to avoid that at all costs. It was in the past. There was no need to keep bringing it up, so he quickly pressed on. The good part was that, or in fact speak to him at all. Lily sniffed in disdain. I suppose that is the vaguest form of improvement. Better than the alternative, Sirius muttered darkly. This isolation became downright depressing after a while. I can see that, Remus agreed sadly, considering he'd lived that in his childhood. It had been close enough with only his parents and no one else in the world to talk to. Harry kept to his room with his owl, choosing to name her Hedwig. Oh, that's adorable, Lily beamed. Harry smiled sadly to himself, happy that another piece of him felt right again, but for some odd reason the sad feeling lingered. He didn't really want to dwell on why. Found in one of his textbooks about the history of magic, he found his books fascinating. Don't even, Lily said at once, when it looked like Sirius was about to make a snide comment at that. Imagine you knew nothing of the magical world. Harry logically chose history of magic as a basis of understanding this. Sirius grumbled under his breath for a bit, but Harry knew better then to ask about what. The owl kept bringing back dead animals. You, Lily crinkled up her nose. No wonder my mother never wanted us to have an owl. Click was rather good about not doing that to her, though she now suspected James was just good at hiding when his owl did it for him. Oh, mine was awful about that, Sirius laughed. Always left them right on the kitchen table. Creatures spent most of his life chasing Buggle out of the cupboards. Harry winced slightly, recognizing something in that sentence, but after a moment it faded away again, too vague to even form a feeling about it. Sighing in annoyance, he kept going. Ticked off another day in anticipation. Sad as this was, none of them could really blame Harry for this. Went downstairs to talk to the Dursleys about getting to King's Cross Station. Leaving it a bit late there, Lily worried. Probably so he doesn't have time to reconsider, James huffed. Found all three of them watching a quiz show on their TV. Bet you a galleon none of them could answer a single question, Sirius snickered. Dudley screamed in terror and ran from the room. All four boys laughed a bit at that, hoping that one never got old. Asks if they'll take him and receives another grunt. Harry assumes that means yes. What if it meant no? Lily worried at once. How would you get there? The night bus, Remus offered. He doesn't know how to use that, Sirius frowned, and he didn't get a broom either. Hagrid, James said with high confidence. If the Dursleys don't take him, Hagrid will be back that very night, I'm positive. Feeling relaxed again, Lily asked Harry to keep going. Harry thanks him. Really, I want to know where he learned manners. Lily smiled sadly, knowing it didn't come from those people. School, I suppose, Remus said thoughtfully. Makes a joke about not having any magic carpets available. Oh, that's really clever, James muttered, more than sick of this man's supposed sense of humor. Harry doesn't respond, and Vernon asks where the school is. Why does he want to know? Remus demanded. So he can safely know how far away the evil wizards are from him, Sirius huffed. They demand of which platform? Who said that? Lily asked. Vernon or Petunia? Uncle Vernon, Harry said cautiously. Lily had a very peeved look on her face. She ground her teeth for a moment, but waved Harry on. Only because they have business up there as well. Can't just say one decent thing to him, can you? James groaned. Harry seems determined to keep things friendly by asking what that was. Why? Remus half demanded, not really expecting a good answer. I'd had no conversation for nearly a month, Harry defended. going to a hospital to get rid of Dudley's tail before he went to school. Pity that, Sirius laughed darkly. I do wonder how they explain that away, though, Lily said, a bit vindictive herself. I think they told them it was a mole that had grown out of hand or something. Harry vaguely recalled the put-together story. He dressed in normal clothes, deciding he'd change into his robes on the train. Honestly, the robes would have been better than the garbage they say you had, Lily huffed. Petunia had to talk Dudley into sitting in the back seat with Harry, and then they were off. The one good thing that's come of this so far, Sirius laughed. Dudley won't ever hit you again, that's for sure. Harry nodded absent-mindedly, touched a spot on the side of his head without seeming to realize he'd done it, and then pressed on. Vernon went and found Harry a cart and put his trunk on it for him and began wheeling it to the station. Nicest thing he's ever done for him, I'm sure, Remus snarled quietly, while baby Harry began to doze in his arms. Vernon pointed out that there was a 9 and a 10, but Harry's just didn't seem to be there. Oh, the joys of magic, Sirius said, thinking of all the other things hidden right under Muggles. Harry watched the three Dursleys laugh as they pull away. I wish you were joking, Lily said, going red in the face. You are joking, right? James demanded, leaning over Harry to see for himself. They are so lucky that you're in the right place, or I'd, Sirius muttered darkly for a moment, but Remus must have heard what he said because he laughed and gave an approving nod. But Petunia knows where the platform is, Lily hissed, which was almost unmanageable through the gritted teeth. Couldn't she have simply walked him in, pointed him through for all it's worth, and be done with it? Harry was thinking privately to himself. He was quite glad his aunt and uncle hadn't done this. Not sure why, but he knew if he kept going he would find out, so he kept reading, despite they were all still grumbling death threats. Seemed to think Harry was being stupid on purpose. In a way, you kind of are, Sirius forced a laugh, which sounded almost hollow, 'cause even if you could have told him, it's better that you shouldn't. Harry was still frowning, though, as he asked, how come there's not some wizard around who noticed me and helped? I can't be the only one who doesn't know how this works if it's not on my ticket. That's because Hagrid forgot dear, Lily sighed. Most Muggle-borns who would be in that same situation, and are helped through the introductory process, such as their first time to Diagon Alley and such, well, their guide remembers to tell them this trick. Harry sighed as well, but couldn't find it in himself to blame Hagrid for this, as it was probably his first time doing this role. He doubted he was a common help in this situation, and Harry probably just got special treatment because of his name. Harry began to feel a little panicky. He only had 10 minutes left to find out where his train was. Lily and James were both shifting in real fear now. What would happen to their boy if he was left in the train station like that? Remus, on the other hand, was quick to point out, relax, all of you. There's always a late party. I'm sure Harry will spot a wizarding family and follow them through. Sirius nodded quickly, saying, yeah, remember that one year I was so late, I had to hop aboard as it was pulling off. Pull out his wand and begin tapping on the bricks in between platforms 9 and 10. That might have worked, Lily said, making a face. Your wand would pass through the barrier, and you would have figured it out. But it is rather dangerous, James disagreed, pulling your wand out in front of the lot of Muggles like that. Let's just read A, Remus put in when it looked like the two were about to start a real argument over this simple fact. He heard from behind himself a voice say the word Muggles. You see, Sirius said, brightening at once, never doubt Moony. I learned that a long time ago. The parents relaxed at once, egging Harry on. The mother of the group asks for the platform number. Why would she ask? James asked. It never changes, and there's no other wizarding trains. A reminder, I suppose, Remus offered, having no real idea himself. The youngest child, a little girl, replies with the correct number and asks her mother why she couldn't be going as well. Ah, there you go, Sirius said. She probably said that every year, so in case one of her children got lost, they would know to ask someone about it. But we've already established that Muggles don't know about the platform, so who would she ask in a station full of them? Lily asked. Another wizard, James offered, like what's happening now. The mother refers to the girl as Ginny. For the briefest moment as Harry first said that name, his ring seemed to have a warm glow on his finger, but his sudden urge to understand the connection made it fade so quickly he had no time to dwell on why. And tells her she isn't old enough, then instructs a boy named Percy to go first. Harry gasped, the book nearly slipping out of his hand. Harry, dear, Lily asked at once. Harry didn't answer because he knew these names, this memory. This was the good feeling he'd had at the beginning of the chapter. He read on so quickly that the words were almost unintelligible. Instructing a boy named Fred to go next. The boy replies that he's not Fred, he's George. Harry, slow down, you're slurring, James said, concern coloring his tone. Harry's hands were starting to shake a bit. I know this, he told them quickly without looking up. I need to know why I know this. Then he tells her he is indeed Fred before running off. I always wanted a twin, Sirius laughed to himself, just so I could pull that one joke. Harry didn't even respond because somehow he just knew that there was going to be one more name, and it was important to him. Asking if he was a first-timer at Hogwarts too, then introduces him to her last son Ron. The book slipped from his grasp, and Harry was suddenly clutching his head in pain all over again. Having almost expected this, after the way he'd been acting, Sirius lunged from the couch and was rummaging through the kitchen cupboards almost before the book had hit the ground. He came back into the room to see both parents trying to calm him back down, while Remus was pulling out his wand with one hand and trying to lay down the baby as gently as possible without waking him. Trying to be gentle himself, as he slightly pushed Lily out of the way, Sirius pushed Harry back against the sofa, pried open his jaw, and put the smallest bit of some foul-smelling green liquid on Harry's tongue. The boy reacted almost at once, relaxing back against the sofa, his eyes opening in a lazy haze, while James punched Sirius in the shoulder hard. Ouch, what the bloody hell was that for? He demanded, rubbing the spot and putting the vial down on the table gently. What did you do? Lily demanded, putting her hand on Harry's forehead in concern. We agreed no potions, no spells. He's already having enough trouble, Sirius. Remus reached forward and snagged the bottle up, then quickly cut in before Sirius could give a snappy reply. Calm down, you two. Sirius just gave him something to relax. James was right. He's going to hurt himself if he keeps straining like that, but this wasn't anything that will affect his mind, just his body. James immediately looked apologetic for punching his best friend that hard anyways. You could have explained that. They didn't have time for any more conversation, as Harry was already coming around. Shaking himself slightly, his eyes instantly came into focus on Sirius, then the rest of them, then frowned and began rubbing his head at once. Don't, all four said together. But Harry tried, but Lily said quickly, taking his hand away, Harry dear, please. We know this must be so frustrating to you, but if we can't go and punish those Dursleys for what they've done for you, then you must promise us you won't sit here and strain yourself to remember these things. It will come back. I am positive it will. Green met green for a long time, Lily's wide and pleading, Harry's sad and desperate. Finally, he nodded his consent, but when Lily merely tightened her hold on his hand, he let out a huge breath and said, now looking around at all of them, all right, I promise. No more pushing it. Thank you, James sighed, leaning back out of his son's personal space. I promise, son, we will get through this. Lily still kept a light hold on his hand for a brief moment more, but then Harry gently took his own hand back and reached down for the dropped book. Sirius and Remus both got up to head back to their seats, but Remus stopped him and said, Here, while handing the baby to him and said, might stop you from jumping around every 5 seconds. Remus then took the bottle and went to put it back in the cupboards, or Lily would have their head leaving that lying around. By the time he came back, Sirius was sprawled back out, with the baby sleeping on his chest, and Harry was ready to start again. Taking his seat, Remus vowed to keep a much closer eye on him now. He believed Harry's promise, but he knew better than anyone that sometimes you couldn't help your nature, and Harry clearly had a very curious nature. He may not even be able to help himself next time. I do know him, though, Harry huffed to himself, then shook his head and began again. The boy was tall with lots of freckles. He only winced for the briefest moment, but kept his promise and did not press on the feelings that were swarming in him again. He should take it at a run, and then instructs him to go now before Ron does. That was very kind of her, Lily said sadly, her concern for Harry more prominent now than the feeling of loss she still held. His brain is insisting he's going to crash. Nah, Sirius chuckled slightly. No magical person has ever been barred entrance. And suddenly laying eyes on this new world, pride swelled up in all four of them. Finally, this was it. Harry was back where he belonged and away from those Dursleys. A boy who's saying to his gran how he's lost his toad. The old woman sighs, "Oh, Neville." "Oh," Lily said brightly. "Remember James, Alice and Frank had a boy named Neville. I kept saying we should bring Harry round there. They're practically the same age." James nodded, smiling to himself, but privately thinking this couldn't be the same boy. Alice and Frank would have been mentioned, and they wouldn't have missed Neville's first train ride to Hogwarts any more than if he and Lily had been alive to see Harry there. Harry notices a hairy leg poking out. Someone got a new pet spider, it seems, Remus chuckled to himself. He tries lifting it several times and only manages to drop it on his foot. "That happened to me," Remus said sadly. "I was limping for half the day." Sirius and James again winced at the harsh reminder that they weren't there, that no one was there to help him. Calls over Fred, and the three of them managed to lift Harry's trunk and put it away. "That was so sweet," Lily beamed again. "Are you going to be like that this whole chapter?" Sirius asked, still feeling rather grumpy. "Yeah, Lily," James defended Sirius. "It's not so weird that students help each other out." Lily frowned severely at the pair. Couldn't she just be happy that someone was finally taking the time to help her boy? His twin cuts him off and says that of course he is, then turns to Harry and agrees he is, isn't he? "Well, that was descriptive," Remus chuckled. The two can't help but gawk at him for a moment while Harry starts to blush. "Oh, not this again," all four adults groaned. "I really don't want another leaky cauldron scene," James sighed, placing his face in his hands, except this time with the whole bleeding platform. "Better get used to it now," Sirius grumbled bitterly. "He's going to be dealing with it at least the first week he's at school." "Well, in that case, I'm hoping he'd be in Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw," Remus sighed. "At least those two houses are more likely to show a bit of decorum." "And you were the one who said not to believe the house stereotypes," Lily reminded him, while privately agreeing. Remus spluttered for a moment, but Harry decided it was time to keep going. But to Harry's relief, their mother's voice calls for them. All four adults muttered a silent thank you for that, Mother. Harry takes a seat where he can see the family interacting. Lily sighed, wanting to reprimand, but unable to when it occurred to her that this was most likely the first time Harry had ever seen a real family interaction. The other three were just slightly happy that this was a good omen to Harry being the next Marauder Jr., not even at Hogwarts and already being a bit sneaky. Grabs a handkerchief and tries to clean it, but Ron wiggles free. "That poor kid," James said sadly. "No mother should do that in public." "She's got at least four others. You would think she'd know better," Sirius agreed. "No mothering in front of the peers. Using a baby voice to mimic their mother in saying Ron's got something on his nose. Well, his siblings are no help," Lily muttered. "He shows up then with a badge inscribed with a P on it. And here's the newest generation of prefects," Sirius said in disgust. "Come on now, Sirius, you can't still be holding a grudge, can you?" Remus asked, feigning hurt. "You bet your arse I can," Sirius grumbled, without any real heat in it. "After all, when two of your best friends were prefect and head boy, you couldn't stay mad forever for all the times the other ones caught you. The prefects have two compartments to themselves." "Well, he's not starting off very well," Lily said, rubbing that in a bit. "Just showing off to his siblings or friends, I'm sure," James grinned, throwing a look at his two friends, who both rolled their eyes at this. They had no idea Percy was a prefect. Oh wait, yes they did, he'd been saying it all summer. "Yeah, okay," James finally conceded. "I wasn't that bad." "Neither was I," Remus agreed. There was being proud of an accomplishment, and then there was just being vain. "Honestly, Moony," Sirius chuckled, "you looked like you were going to faint when you told us, so you were kind of the opposite of this lad." Harry blinked, dearly wanting to ask what all the fuss about this prefect badge was, but he also had that feeling again. One that meant something really important was about to happen, so he decided that he would simply take his answers from the book on this one. Why Percy got new robes that semester, and his mother coos that it's because he's a prefect. "That's favoritism," Lily said, now frowning a bit severely, "and she really shouldn't let them bicker like that. It could cause tension between siblings." "Agreed," Sirius said, mostly to himself, but the others all heard it anyways. Harry quirked a brow, this being the first mention of Sirius having siblings, but since his persona and the looks from the others made it quite plain he didn't want to discuss this, he let it go for now. "Warns them not to be getting into trouble, don't even blow up a toilet." "Oh," Lily said, rolling her eyes a bit. I get it. Get what? James asked, not seeing any meaning in what Harry had just read. She was being affectionate to Percy, rewarding his good behavior. I'll bet anything those two are as troublesome as you four. Us troublesome, Remus said, feigning innocence. Whatever do you mean, dear? James demanded, trying to hide a twitching smile. I'm not even going to bother, Sirius laughed, and then went on, and she's doing a horrible job of it, mind you. Never ever give a prankster ideas, even just in passing comments. Keep going, Harry, you'll see what I mean, he finished, when he saw Lily and Harry's confused looks. They've never done such a thing, while his twin follows up with what a great idea that was. That's what I meant, he laughed again, a bit harder this time, and the baby on his chest curled up to him more tightly. He placed a hand on his back and just waved Harry on when it looked like Lily might argue the point. Harry hears the youngest girl squeal in delight and beg her mother to be let on the train to go and see him. Lily frowned severely, but sadly all the same. Despite wanting to protect her boy, could she really blame the wizarding world for wanting to meet, in their definition anyways, a savior? Still, she was really hoping this mother wouldn't allow this. The mother scolds her, telling her the boy's not something to be gawked at. Then she asks her son how he knew. Thank you to her, James said what they were all thinking. The mother turns on him and snaps she forbids the twins from asking. I'll second that, thank you, Remus agreed, not that Harry did anyways, but it was the thought that counted. One twin decides to comfort her by saying they'd send her a Hogwarts toilet seat. Very sweet, those twins, Sirius laughed. He didn't know where he was heading, but it must be better than what he was leaving. Anything's better than what you're leaving, James grumbled, but finally shook off the last vestiges of hatred for that place for now. Harry was finally heading to school. With any luck, he'd never be sent back to those Dursleys again, though that still didn't excuse them from punishment. Sliding Harry's door open and asking if he can sit with Harry, stating everywhere else is full. Why do I somehow doubt that? Sirius chuckled. Before either could say anything, the twins were back. Harry sighed in annoyance. This had gone on long enough that he had been hoping to learn this Ron's last name. He knew for a fact that the moment he heard it, he was going to receive another painful jolt. This boy, Ron, he had a very good feeling about him, though, so he couldn't wait for it this time. The twins tell Ron where they'd be, then formally introduce themselves to Harry as Weasleys. Harry yelped as if being electrified, but true to his promise, he did not pry open that pain. He simply took a deep breath, and then opened his eyes to see the four of them looking at him with deep concern. Quick to explain, he said, I knew that. I know the Weasleys. Ron Weasley. We are friends. He said this with such conviction that he didn't care if he had the memories to back this up. It was true, and nothing could change his mind. Lily beamed and wrapped an arm around him. I'm so happy, dear. I'm sure he's very worried about you, James said, also smiling at this. After all, he'd met his best friend on his first train ride as well. They were still best friends to this day. He had no doubts that Harry's friendship would last as well. I think I know the Weasleys, Sirius said, mostly to himself. Marley and Arthur Weasley. Yes, sounds familiar. Cousins, then? Remus asked, feeling as happy as the rest of them that Harry finally had a friend, someone he could really count on. Think so, Sirius said, trying to drag up old memories that he had tried very hard to get rid of over the years. Weasley is an old pureblood family, and unlike most lines, they prospered after the Dark Ages. Got a ton of lines that are still pure and traceable, but they're also well known for having survived through relations with Muggles. I think that's how they stayed so many lines. They get a lot of flack for it, though, which is probably why I never met them, being Muggle sympathizers and all. I think I met a Marley Weasley once, James said slowly. The Prowett twins in the Order. I met them at Diagon Alley once, and they introduced me to their sister Marley. She had just recently gotten married then. After all, this was a few years ago. Well, she's clearly been busy then, Remus chuckled, thinking that 5 kids was more than enough work to put up with. Harry beamed around at them all, happy that he was finally getting somewhere. He also knew that there was something else, though, or someone else. He had another feeling that he was going to meet someone else really important on this train ride, and he asked if it was all right for him to continue. Then they leave. Ron blurts out if Harry's really the Harry Potter. Subtle, James chuckled. Harry just nods, and Ron admits he thought it was one of Fred and George's jokes. I hope Harry gets to know the twins really well, Sirius laughed. I'd love to see what the next generation of pranksters puts this school through. Lily sighed, hoping the exact opposite. At Ron's prompting, Harry admits he may recall green light. Lily huffed in real annoyance now. His mother specifically told him not to ask that. And you always did exactly what your mother told you to do, eh? Remus asked her knowingly. Lily wanted to mutter that this was different, but had no real way to. Besides, Sirius scoffed, technically, she only forbade the twins from doing that. She didn't direct that at Ron. Lily gave him the stank eye for that. His ability to find the vaguest of loopholes to throw in the teachers' faces had always annoyed her, but didn't argue the point for now either. Asks if all of his family are wizards. Fair enough that, James said. Ron agrees most of them are, except some accountant on his mum's side no one talks to. Sirius spotted Lily pursing up her lips tight in her urge not to say something about that, but Sirius fielded her anyways. Don't automatically blame the magical side of the family for that part. It's not uncommon for them to want to be left out and alone. He admittedly didn't know the Weasleys well, but for a reputation of blood traitors, it made sense to him. Lily let the expression go. Harry says he must know a ton of magic already. Not necessarily, Sirius stretched carefully. Just because you have magical parents doesn't mean you get to skip to second year. He'd mentioned old wizarding families, and decides these Weasleys must be one of those. Not the best example, but you're not wrong, Remus agreed. Harry just says they're awful, though not all muggles are. At least you acknowledge they're horrible, they all agreed, hoping Harry would tell a teacher this before the year was up. Wish he had 3 elder siblings. Ron corrects him, saying 5. 5, Remus spluttered. So she has 7 kids, Sirius demanded. Lily looked a little pale and in shock. She loved her son, but without the help of her boys, she would have gone stir-crazy taking care of him. The idea of 6 more children was unbelievable. James smiled sadly to himself, saying, I don't blame them really. I always wanted siblings. They help build character, and I told you, Lily, I do want more kids. Lily looked at him like he'd grown a second head. Yes, but 7. Still smiling, James said, maybe not that many. Then he frowned and winced slightly as he realized he probably wasn't going to have any more kids. Remus caught on to this and said quite loudly, Yes, well, I don't see how it's our business how many kids they had, so let's press on then. Harry nodded and kept going. Whatever he does won't matter, because one of the others had already done it. That's just sad, Lily said, frowning. Okay, so I can see a downside to that many kids, James agreed, but you have to give them all special attention. We are not having 7 kids, Potter, Lily said, rounding on him, so drop that idea. Harry was finding this more amusing as time went on, briefly thinking about the idea of siblings, but decided to keep going. Always got hand-me-downs as well, having gotten one's old robes, one's old wand, and Percy's rat Harry felt a hiss of air escape him as another sharp stab plagued him. This one not nearly as pleasant as the last, but already having suffered enough from something in his memories, today he refused to take notice of it as the other's commentary continued, this time without seeming to notice him. Why would he have his brother's wand? Sirius demanded. His brother didn't die or something, did he? I doubt he would have said it in such a blasé way if he had, Remus said, frowning in thought, but perhaps his brother had to get a new one for some reason and gave that one up. What would require a new wand, though? Harry asked. All 4 sat there, genuinely stumped at this, so James finally told Harry to just keep going. Ron then pulled out an old grey rat, which was asleep. Now I really wish Peter was here, Sirius cackled. Harry's best friend owns a pet rat. Oh, I could take the mickey out of Peter for ages for this. I'm sure he'll turn up here eventually, Lily sighed, already getting a headache from that endless joke. Harry held himself very still, lest he start swaying dangerously in his seat. He wouldn't do it, though, no matter how much the pain built. He would not even chance a look at why he felt like he was missing something. They couldn't then cuts himself off and just mutters that he got scabbers. That's sad, Lily sighed. But sometimes that's how it works, Remus muttered, poking a finger through a hole in his robes. He was lucky he even got such rotten presents, which seemed to cheer Ron up. Lily frowned, but Remus was quick to say, Look at this from Ron's point of view. Harry's just identifying with him, no need to be angry at the boy. Lily sat back, still frowning slightly, but now wishing Harry would tell Ron everything that had happened. Ron wouldn't feel better then. She, however, doubted that he had if his attitude today showed anything. Ron splutters that Harry said you know whose name. Ron thought that Harry of all people wouldn't do that. The poor kids, Sirius chuckled, being afraid of something as silly as a name. Lily frowned at him this time and said, "It's the meaning in the name Sirius. They're afraid of what it stands for, and Lily," James sighed, "what on earth are you telling Sirius this for?" She deflated at once, even muttered a quick apology before Harry went on. Harry quickly says he wasn't trying to be brave by saying that name, he just didn't know you shouldn't. Hagrid didn't make it seem that way, Remus asked, slightly amused. Harry simply shrugged and said, "Hagrid was the first wizard I ever met. I thought he just didn't like saying it. Not all wizards." He briefly wondered why no one in here ever seemed bothered by it, but it just seemed in their nature, he supposed. Like Sirius had said before, no one in here was afraid to. He had loads to learn, and how he thought he'd be the worst in the class. "Highly, highly doubt that," they all said at once, while James continued on. "Harry, you've shown tremendous skill already, without any proper training. No, I am sure you will be just as good as everyone else, probably better, really." Harry gave them all smiles, wondering if they were just saying that to make him feel better, but then deciding he didn't care if they were. It was the nicest thing anyone had ever done for him. Ron reassures him, saying Harry wasn't the only person from a Muggle family, but they all learned fast enough. "You don't say," Sirius laughed, throwing a sideways look at the Muggle-born in the room. Ron mutters something about how he brought food, and Harry goes into the corridor. "My favorite part of the train ride," Sirius stated, "getting hyped on as much sweets as I wanted." Harry first asks for a Muggle sweet, but the woman doesn't have anything Harry recognizes. "It's too bad they don't carry Muggle sweets," Remus sighed. "I could go for one of those every now and then." The descriptions cover all sorts of the magically named sweets that Harry had never heard of. "A genuine pity that," James sighed, licking his lips slightly, "since all of it is delicious." At Harry's confused look upon reading most of these, Lily said, "I think Sirius still has some licorice wands about. You can have some later if you'd like." Harry smiled and agreed at once, while Sirius didn't even begrudge Lily offering up his candy. He'd share anything with his pup. Not wanting to miss a thing, Harry gets some of everything, managing to spend 11 sickles. "That's nothing," Remus laughed. "Our last train ride 7th year, the four of us actually managed to spend 7 galleons worth of food before we came back to the station." "Yes, I remember," Lily agreed. "I was worried I was going to have to scrape you lot off the ceiling, you were so hyper by the end." Muttering how his mother always forgets he doesn't like corned beef, Remus winced at that saying in sympathy. Can you blame the poor woman, having to make all of those lunches for them? Since he'd never had much to share before or anyone to share it with. "I can't decide if that's the nicest thing or the saddest," James said, frowning. "The first," Lily said quickly, not wanting such a good mood to go down again. Harry was thoroughly enjoying himself as they went through the packages while the sandwiches lay forgotten. "No love lost there," Sirius agreed. Harry uneasily asks if they're real frogs. "Well," Sirius drawled out. "Don't even," Lily said at once. "I wasn't going to Lily," he quickly backed down. "I was only going to tell him that they are, most of the time." "In other words," Remus grumbled, rubbing his stomach in remembrance, "don't take any sweets from Sirius if you've recently denied him access to your homework." "I fixed you up in the end," Sirius cackled. By this time Harry was laughing so hard, the book nearly fell out of his grip again. He loved watching this family, his family, joke around with each other. It's the prize inside Harry will be wanting, and that he was missing someone called Agrippa. "I own every card there is. That one's really common now," James said with pride. It was one of his proudest achievements, until a little baby came along, that is. "You do know they distribute new cards every year," Remus reminded him, "so by Harry's year you won't have." "No, why would you say something like that, Remus?" James said, looking genuinely hurt. "Now how am I supposed to keep up with that?" "I'm sure you'll have no problems keeping up, dear," Lily said in exasperation. Ron tells Harry how the chocolate frogs contain famous wizard cards and lists some that he's missing, like Ptolemy. "Ptolemy's new," Sirius said, as James still looked a bit downcast. He'd come to the awful conclusion that he had died back in the first chapter, but it was the little things like this that were still a shock to him. Sirius understood this and tried his best to cheer his mate up. "Make sure you remember that and keep an eye out for it, yeah." "Yeah, sure," James said, perking up almost instantly. Interested, Harry asked, "Why would Agrippa be common now and rare then?" "Supply and demand," James offered. In say, what, 11 years from now, they'll have more cards but not redistributed as many. So if they stopped making as many of them, it becomes rare. Harry nodded along, rather intrigued and privately wondering if he had a collection back home, the one he couldn't remember, one his father might be proud of. Very curious now, Harry unwraps his own frog and finds the card for Albus Dumbledore. That one is super rare right now, James said eagerly. It just came out this year. Lily rolled her eyes, but Harry smiled, fascinated to see his father so excited about something. The card details about Dumbledore's life, including his position as headmaster of Hogwarts. All of the adults beamed, glad that in Harry's 10 years growing up Dumbledore hadn't left Hogwarts. They would have been genuinely concerned for the school if he had. And some achievements he's done, such as helping a Nicholas Flamel with alchemy. When Harry was done reading that, he at first didn't understand why Remus and Sirius suddenly busted out laughing, until he glanced over at his dad again and saw he was grinning in triumph. Lily told him, "Your father was mouthing along with you as you read that," proving he'd already memorized that card. Harry then chuckled slightly. He loved watching them interact so much that he hardly noticed the flutter in his mind something on that card caused him before moving on. Morgana, which he already had, offering it to Harry to start collecting. "That one's old," James commented, "practically an antique." "Really, James, are you going to comment on all of them?" Lily demanded. "Probably," he grinned, "for Harry's benefit after all." Lily was unable to argue with that logic. The people don't move. Ron seems to find this just as weird as Harry found the pictures moving. "It is a bit odd," James agreed. "I still don't understand why they don't get bored." Remus and Lily shook their heads at the ceiling, both having tried to explain that concept to James, and it still being lost on him. Harry spent some time on his journey looking at all of the new cards, including Hengist of Woodcroft, another new one, James said in excitement. "Alberic Grunion. Oh, I've got 2 of him. Cersei, only one of her, she's a bit rare. Paracelsus, like 11 of him. And Merlin. I think everybody has 50 of him, since there's one in every 10 frogs." "Really, James, are you quite done?" Lily demanded, his silliness getting a bit out of hand. "That depends. Are there any more frog cards, Harry?" James asked in excitement. "No," Harry told him, just as disappointed as he seemed to be. "At least not listed. Oh, hang on, there's one more," he said, looking back down at the page and reading quickly. Harry looks away from one called Cleardna. "Another new one," he cried eagerly, making to get up and go fetch a quill to write these all down. "James, really," Lily huffed. "The books aren't going anywhere, and I want to see Harry get to school. You can write them down later." "Oh, fine," he huffed, slumping back down and fully intending to. All the exotic flavors you could get. His brother George swears he got a booger-flavored one. "I got candle wax once," Sirius said, thinking back. "Worst one I ever got was strawberry," Remus laughed. Yeah, Mooney, we all know your uncanny ability to never actually pick a bad bean," James grumbled. "One time he ate a whole bleeding box without making a face once," Sirius agreed with a humph. "I didn't even know that was possible." Then gags and states that it's sprout-flavored. Harry tries several flavors and gets quite a variety. "Depending on how you like curry and sardine, you got almost all of them as good," Remus approved. "I've never heard of a grass one," Sirius said. "Really, you lot are dragging on about this sweet thing far too much," Lily said in exasperation. None of the boys looked the least bit repentant. A boy poked his head in, asking if they'd seen a toad. "Poor dear lost his pet on the first day," Lily said in sympathy. "Remember Harold's cat? That thing snuck into every room in our dorm except its own." Sirius laughed. "He probably would have lost a toad on purpose, but he has scabbers, so he can't say too much." "That wasn't very nice," Lily huffed. "Pets are important to their people." "Oh, he's just joshing," James said. "I'll bet you anything he's plenty fond of that rat." It gave him a spell to turn him yellow, to make him more interesting. Remus looked surprised as he said, "You don't learn color-changing charms until the end of first year. I'm not that surprised he couldn't pull it off." "Well, there are those exceptional students who can do stuff before their time," James said with quite a bit of vanity. "Mutters how the unicorn hair is poking out. That's it," Sirius said in excitement. "That's probably why his brother had to get a new one. I'm betting if he worked with, say, live animals, it's against regulation for a wand to have its core compromised. Too dangerous to work with the animals that way. Charlie probably had to get a brand new wand, so Ron got his. That was very insightful, Lily said in surprise. Though pointless if he doesn't work with animals, James said with a sly grin. You just wait, Sirius said, firing up at once, though still remaining absolutely still so as not to disturb the baby now sleeping heavily on him. I am right. Before raising his wand and beginning before he's cut off by the toadless boy returning, with a girl this time. Harry frowned, and his hands began to shake again. Your promise, he quickly reminded himself, even as the jabbing pain returned. Sucking in a deep breath, he said to the others, It's happening again. I know this, I know what's about to happen. Then he paused and winced before continuing. But then I don't. Ugh, I don't know, but I should. And Lily placed her hand on his again, then said quietly, Don't force it, love. Just keep reading, it'll come naturally. Harry nodded, sucked in a deep breath, then quickly read on. She spoke briskly to Pear, asking if either of them had seen Neville's toad. Harry winced again, harder this time. These new but familiar names just kept piling on. That boy was just in there. Why didn't he tell her he'd asked them? Sirius rolled his eyes. Harry had the distinct feeling this was the type of girl who would want to check for herself, getting a rather bossy feel for her the longer he thought on her. He didn't say that aloud, though, since he felt it would come out wrong about someone he was so sure of as a friend. It was the exact same feeling he did right before learning Ron's last name after all. Declares she wanted to see him do magic before taking a seat. Ron is rather startled. I don't blame him, Sirius agreed. Who wants to be put on the spot like that? Then Ron really does begin his rhyming enchantment. All four adults blinked once in shock before bursting out laughing. Sirius even laughed so hard that the baby began stirring on his chest. Quickly controlling himself, he managed to come to first and explain to Harry's confused look. That's not how spells work, pup. Not at all. Someone lied to him. James wiped a tear out of his eye before continuing. Honestly, has he never seen his parents or any of his older siblings do magic? Yes, well, I think it's his own fault, Remus gasped, still rubbing his ribs. We've already established those twins were troublemakers. It's his own fault if he listened to them and took that spell seriously. Sirius quickly opened his mouth, and before any of the others could tell him to stop, he blurted out, I take everything seriously. Harry looked over at him for a moment before he began laughing as hard as the other adults just had. The other three just groaned, having heard that joke more than enough in their life. Honestly, it was a bloody miracle they'd made it this far without Sirius bringing that up again. Finally, when they were all calm again, Harry finally managed to continue, still eager to read about this new girl. He just knew he knew her. She doesn't think that's a real spell. They were nothing like the ones she'd done, and they'd all worked. Wait, back up. Lily quirked a brow. How was she doing spells and they worked without her getting in trouble? Harry puzzled on whether he'd ever asked her this, but James quickly waved her off and said, She obviously means on the train, Lily, probably before Neville came to find her and ask for her help. Don't take everything so literally. She was Muggle-born, and that she'd taken the initiative to learn all of her course books by heart. What? Remus spluttered. She can't mean that, Lily said, smiling indulgently. There's coming prepared, and then there's just overachieving to the extreme. I'm pretty sure she's serious, Harry agreed, following his gut feeling on that one. Sirius opened his mouth again, but James quickly cut him off. All right, Sirius, you got to do it once for Harry, but you are not making that crack every time. Sirius huffed and muttered, You're just jealous you can't have your own running gag. Lily twitched, looking like she dearly wanted to hex him, as that wasn't really an okay, I'll stop. But with her son on his chest, she was a bit constrained, and worries out loud how she hopes it will be enough to get by. Oh, I'm sure that will be quite enough, James agreed. She finishes off the whole thing by finally introducing herself as Hermione Granger. Harry yelped again, as if he'd just been electrified, the book falling out of his hand again. However, at the concerned looks crossing all of their faces, Harry quickly reassured, I know, no pushing it. But I was right, I do know her. We're friends too, just like me and Ron are, I'm positive of it. Lily smiled before saying, That's lovely, dear. I hope we get to meet them then. Harry went to pick his book back up, which let him not see the looks all three boys were now exchanging. That had been quite the reaction. Perhaps Harry was a little more than friends with this girl. Relieved to see by his stunned face that he hadn't learned all of the course books by heart either. No one has, Sirius agreed. Not even Remus was ever that bad. Thanks, I think, he muttered. Does a double take at Harry's name, and then begins spouting off all kinds of books that he's been in. Guess I'm not surprised, Lily said with some real interest. James grimaced as if he'd just been punched in the gut all over again. He'd always wanted to be famous, but not like this. Certainly not at the cost of his own son being shoved into this role. What a twist of irony. Harry just asks if she means it, feeling a bit dazed by learning that. Don't blame you there one bit, Remus agreed, noting that Gryffindor sounded like the best, that Dumbledore himself was in it. Which is true, Sirius said at once. Don't be biased, Sirius. You said you'd outgrown that. Lily frowned at him. Some things never fade, he said in a tragic type of voice. What house were you lot in? Harry asked curiously, realizing they'd never told him when he asked earlier. Gryffindor, they all said together. James quickly jumped in when he saw the look on Harry's face. But we don't care what house you're in. No matter what, we just hope you're happy. Even with Slytherin or Hufflepuff? Harry asked, eyeing Sirius warily. Sirius snorted, looking genuinely offended the kid had to ask. But of course, you be the bloody best Slytherin I ever met. Plus, I dated a Hufflepuff for 3 years. Yeah, they're just as much fun. Harry beamed at him, causing a warmth to build up in Sirius. He hadn't realized how much that had been bothering him. Continue looking for Neville's toad, and the two leave as abruptly as she entered. Harry frowned a bit now. He had thought there was something else that had happened on this train ride. Just an odd sort of feeling. Maybe he had it wrong. Ron grumbles that whatever house he's in, he hopes that girl wasn't in it. For some reason that made Harry want to laugh, like he had a feeling Ron would regret saying that someday. But he repressed even the thought of saying it, as his head still hurt slightly from the last thing he'd tried to remember too soon. George had been the one to give him that spell, and probably did it as a joke. Well then, that's just a bit of his own fault, Remus chuckled. If Ron hasn't cottoned on by now that he shouldn't be taking them too literally, then I can't say I pity him much. Blind faith in your siblings, I suppose, Sirius said absent-mindedly. Ravenclaw wouldn't be as bad, still better than Slytherin. Those stereotypes clearly haven't gotten any better over the years, James laughed. Asked what his older brothers did, wondering what kind of careers wizards could have. Oh, tons of things, Lily said, eyes brightening at once. Now, Lily, James said sternly. Sirius continued for him, just as stern. If we can't educate him on Quidditch, there's no way we're going to let you go on for an hour about every job you'd like to have. Lily frowned at the pair, but conceded now wasn't the best time to go into excruciating details. Forestalling all of them, Harry promised. It's okay, you can tell me later. He knew he'd listen to every word. Ron tells him that the one named Charlie was studying dragons. Ha! Sirius cried, throwing one arm up in the air in triumph, while admittedly his cry of triumph wasn't nearly as loud as normal. He didn't want to wake baby Harry after all, didn't I tell you? Yes, fine, James conceded, and the other was Bill, who was in Africa for Gringotts. You see, Remus, Africa. You really want to travel that far, James said sadly. Remus chose to say nothing, feeling now wasn't the time for this conversation either. Speaking of Gringotts, Ron asks if Harry had heard about the break-in. Now who was suicidal enough to do that? Lily demanded. Harry asks what happened. Got turned into a crispy critter, most likely, Sirius said absently. Really, with all the treasure down there, he wasn't too surprised. And Ron explains that nothing did, that was the weird part. Really? They all said in surprise. Now this was unheard of. That must be driving the goblins crazy, Remus murmured. Of course everyone else was terrified it was you-know-who back again. Oh, I'm sure it's not, James said at once, seeing Lily go pale. No, I'm sure it's nothing. Probably something Ron just wanted to talk about to change the subject. Lily nodded and slightly relaxed, but none of them really believed this. Ron was right. It would take some real dark magic to pull off a stunt like this. Harry was turning all of this over in his mind, feeling like there was some sort of significance to this tale, but having no way to know what. A prickle of fear beginning to come up in him at the mention of you-know-who. A prickle is how it starts, Remus agreed sadly, thinking to himself that he'd been a lot more comfortable saying Voldemort. I don't see why they can't now, James asked. Voldemort's been dead for 10 years. You'd think that old superstition would die. Lily rolled her eyes to the ceiling, contemplating the pros and cons of explaining, again, what just wouldn't sink into these boys' minds. Yes, they were brave, sometimes idiotically so, and yes, they feared Voldemort as much as any proper wizard did. What they didn't understand was that calling him you-know-who was sort of like a coping mechanism. Finally, as Harry decided to keep going, she decided against it. Ron goes into all sorts of details about the sport that Hagrid hadn't. Wish you would have gone into more detail, Sirius said enviously. I'm just happy someone is explaining this all properly to him, James said with glee, watching Harry's face as he slowly nodded to himself as Ron's details came rushing back to him now. Ron was taking Harry through some details of the game when the door opened again. Whoever it is, I'm automatically annoyed, Sirius sniffed. They interrupted Harry's very important Quidditch education. I'm pretty sure that's the first, and last time you've ever said important and education in the same sentence, Remus told him. He was now looking at Harry with a whole new light of recognition. Well, he clearly knows who you are now, Lily said sadly. Let's see how much his attitude changed, James grumbled. The boy introduces them as Crabbe and Goyle, and finishes with saying his own name was Draco Malfoy. Great, yeah. I was right. I hate him, Sirius snarled. Harry, on the other hand, was having another of his more painful reactions. However, the more often this happened, the more easily he could discipline his mind, almost as if he'd had practice with it. He schooled himself so that the pain he was feeling at such sharp memories trying to force their way into the foreground faded and became as blocked as before. After only a few brief moments of electrifying pain, he eased back, though with a frown on his face this time. That's not a good look, Remus observed, though I'm quite proud that you seem to be getting a handle on this memory bogging issue. Normally when it happens it's been something good. You trusted Hagrid then, Ron, now this new girl. Is it safe to say you're not good friends with the Malfoy boy then? Very safe to assume, Harry assured, feeling pain, anger, and several other emotions cropping up just at the mention of his name. Well, I'm glad to hear it, James said at once. The Malfoys are known Voldemort supporters, at least among the Order. I don't like to judge a child, but if he's anything like his father. He trailed off with a muttered curse. Lily frowned sternly at her husband and said, Now James, but Sirius and Remus were quick to back up their friend, giving her quite a bit of evidence. After a bit of mulling over, Lily finally nodded and said, Yes, all right. I'm glad as well. Here's hoping Harry sticks with Ron then. I'm positive I will, Harry sighed, wishing he could do more than go on a feeling, but pressing on all the same. All about how the Weasleys had red hair and more children than they could afford. All 5 people in the room frowned, as if they needed evidence to back up Harry's bad feelings, which they didn't. Here it was right out of the boy's mouth. Some families were much better off, and then offers Harry his own hand, which he doesn't take. Very good instincts then, James approved. He's just insulted my new and first friend, Harry agreed. I didn't like him much at all. And the feelings only get worse, he mentally added on, but declined mentioning that in case he was wrong. Harry calmly replies back that he can tell the wrong sort for himself. And snippy as his mother, Sirius chuckled. Malfoy is clearly displeased, since his next action is to insult Harry's parents for making the same choice. Oi! They all hooted in indignation. Honestly, is Harry the only boy around with manners then? Lily demanded. If Harry continued hanging out with nobodies like the Weasleys and Hagrid, he'd go the same way as them. Why that little, James muttered, his fists clenching up at once as if he were suddenly 11 years old again, and Severus had just insulted his pureblood status. While he is in the wrong, Lily said at once, as they had all stiffened up slightly, I don't really think fighting it out is the answer. Says the girl who once said a cat after a certain Slytherin girl who called her a two-timer after she started going out with a certain Potter, Sirius asked casually. A cat that you had transfigured from that girl's hat, I might add, Remus smiled. Lily went a bit red about the ears and declined further comment. Malfoy just laughs if they were really going to pick a fight, taking in the sizes of Crabbe and Goyle. I'm sure you can still take them, James said with confidence. You've probably got a bit of practice taking down bigger blokes from Dudley. Plus Malfoy should be no problem. I'll bet you anything that pampered Git hasn't had a fight in his life. Harry cleared his throat softly and said, No, at least to the part about Dudley. I've never actually tried fighting back at him. He is a lot bigger than me, and if I'd won, I'd have only been punished for it. James deflated at once, and Harry quickly hurried on before he could ask anything else. But you're probably right about Malfoy. He seems the type. For some odd reason, this didn't actually make James feel better, but he let Harry keep reading to see what would happen. Before he even touched him, Goyle leaps back with a howl. "Accidental magic, you suppose?" Remus asked. Sirius rolled his eyes, once again avoiding the temptation to point out that none of them actually knew the answer to that. Scabbers was hanging off his finger, his teeth sunk into Goyle's knuckle. "All right," all four boys cheered. "Now I really wish Peter were here for that," James cackled. "Oh yes, why didn't we ever think of that?" Sirius agreed, holding the baby to his chest to stop himself from rolling around in laughter. Even Remus was cracking up at this, deciding those boys had just learned a valuable lesson about food that wasn't theirs. Shaking his hand to free himself of Scabbers, who slammed against the window, all three of them disappeared. Now all the boys were frowning, a mite concerned. They didn't want the little guy to get hurt after achieving that kind of victory. Worrying that he's been knocked out, and then realizes he just decided to go back to sleep. This caused a fresh round of laughter from them all. Even Lily giggled a bit at this. James was leaning back into the couch, which was clearly the only thing keeping him upright, as he said, "Oh man, getting back at those nitwits and going right back to take a nap. This rat has it good." Harry jolted, feeling another shock strike him. Why, though? He hadn't thought much of Ron's rat, why would he? Yet at his father's words he felt a sense of wronged, like this rat should not have any kind of good life. Why, though? After all, Harry had no doubts that his feelings about Ron being his best friend were completely true. Why would he wish ill will on his pet? Perhaps Scabbers had once bitten him, and he was harboring a grudge. This must be it, so he decided not to press on the matter too much. The Malfoys claimed to have been bewitched to do the terrible things they'd done. One of the first to come back to the good side. "Not surprised on that front," Sirius muttered darkly. "Scolds them for fighting before they even get there." "She's got a point," Lily said in defense, as at once the four boys looked about to defending themselves. "Tells Ron he's got dirt on his nose." Remus chuckled a bit. While she had a small bit of a personality issue, it was clear she'd be fun to have around, if only for her outward-going nature. Harry, on the other hand, was frowning. He was so sure of his feelings towards Hermione that she was going to be a friend of his. Yet what he felt now was annoyance at such a bossy sort of girl, shaking his head slightly. Perhaps she was just as nervous as he was. He kept going. Crammed their pockets with the rest of their train snacks, and exited the compartment. Lily felt like doing a little happy dance. Finally, her little hair bear was at Hogwarts. She was so grateful for these books being here to show her what it was like for him. Circumstances that led this to happening aside, of course. Hagrid spots Harry in the crowd and calls out a greeting to him. They all smiled to themselves again, happy that Hagrid's affection towards Harry hadn't lessened any now that the boy wasn't his responsibility anymore. A throng beginning to follow him to a path. Harry spots Neville through the crowd, still sniffling a bit. Poor dear. Lily wanted to give him a hug. His first day there should be exciting, not miserable. Harry's just lucky it's a nice night out. Remus laughed. They all should. Remember our 6th year? It was pouring down so bad, the teachers considered not even using the boats for the first years. Yes, well, the squid spit that kid out in the end, so it was all right, James said, smiling in agreement and laughter. All of the new students let out surprised and excited ohs and ahs. Is there ever not? Sirius smiled in remembrance. The abundance of windows, turrets, and towers all gleaming with a merry and welcoming light. All four adults smiled with both happy and sad memories mixed together. Despite everything that had happened there, they all loved that school. Harry, too, was smiling to himself, but it was all with happiness. Home. That one word came to mind for him like nothing before ever had. This was Hogwarts, his home. When Hagrid is sure everyone is in, he commands forward, remember that's how we met Peter. James and Sirius smiled at each other. Sirius laughed a bit, saying, "Course I do." Puny little kid he was. His eyes looked like they were about to pop out of his head. While Hagrid is doing a sweep of the boats, he comes across a toad and calls out to Neville if it's his. "Oh, that's wonderful," Lily cried in joy. "You are way too invested in this boy's toad," James told his wife indulgently. It was one of the things he loved about her, how she seemed to care for everyone endlessly. Lily simply kept smiling, knowing full well her husband meant nothing by his comment. "I am curious, though," Remus said, "how it got lost on the train but ended up in the boats." "Maybe one of the other students found it and were taking it up to the school," Sirius offered. "Then it slipped away from them too. Tricky little pet he is," James laughed. Hagrid does one last head check, then asks Neville if he's still got hold of his pet. They all laughed a bit at that. Hagrid was such a caring person, and he did love all of the creatures at Hogwarts, even a random first-year student's toad. Then Hagrid raised a gigantic fist and knocked 3 times on the castle door. "That's the end of the chapter," Harry told them, looking about, and smiling so much his face looked like it was about to fall off. "Whose turn now?" "No, no," Lily said, getting up from the couch and offering her hand to Harry. "Mark the place, and we should all get some shut-eye. It has been the most bizarre day of my life, and I can't be the only one exhausted from all of this." James quickly agreed with her, and after a moment's more hesitation and a longing look at the books, the keys to his memories, he agreed and took her hand. Lily and James led Harry upstairs to a guest room and made sure he got settled in for the night. Sirius and Remus, on the other hand, were exchanging meaningful looks and decided they needed to have a talk with James and Lily before they too hit the sack. HP, to all who are worried, by the way, this is going to be as canon as possible, which means this isn't Harry Hermione like some of the adults make jokes about over some of the series. They're doing that purely out of the ignorance that a boy and girl can't just be friends. I promise you'll see much more instances of Harry finding any mention of Ginny more adorable than taking notice of his family's teasing. Scabbers, the ironic rat, actually did die, and both a lot of people noticed, and nobody noticed he didn't, for 13 years anyways. The first of Ron's many times a joke became a foreshadowing. Chapter 8, The Sorting Hat. Chapter text: only after Lily had taken baby Harry from Sirius and put him into his crib in his own room did the four sit and have a long, extensive talk, discussing everything they had read so far, the good, and through a lot of teeth gritting and cursing, the bad. After their discussion, they then came to the conclusion that they wouldn't hide anything from this Harry. They hadn't really planned on it before, but deep down they all wondered one thing. What if Harry couldn't get back to his own time? What if he was stuck here with them? Sure, he'd have all his memories of his old life back, but none of them even knew for certain how he'd come here. Time travel was the sketchiest part of any magic, and even the Department of Mysteries had only begun testing it, and they weren't very forthcoming with what they had. If this ended up being the case, then after they read these books, they would have to come up with some sort of alibi for Harry. Agreeing about more details on that later, they then briefly spoke of this supposed Death Eater that had followed through with Harry, here into this time as well. They were all convinced that the magical spells surrounding the house would have alerted them if there was someone here who shouldn't be, and to make sure they even went back over them. Nothing came of it. Harry was their only uninvited guest. The topic did briefly come up of how, of all the places Harry could have landed, the boy ended up here. It was quite a coincidence, and none of them really believed in coincidences. Perhaps after Harry had his full memories back, he could explain this, or at least they hoped so, because now they all felt a bit less secure here. They talked long into the night, until finally Remus almost cracked his jaw yawning. Lily demanded they all go to bed, having meant what she'd told Harry. This had been the longest day of her life, and surely the others as well. After a brief conversation, Remus and Sirius decided they would kip here for the night, Sirius merely slumping back on the couch and tossing his feet out and claiming it as his. Remus took the hint and decided to use the other guest room for the night. Up the stairs in his very own room, still an odd idea to Harry fresh from his memories of a solid 10 years at the Dursleys, he was having a very restless night. He heard the whispers downstairs, but thought nothing much of them past his worry of the trouble he was causing them. His utter faith in their company, though, wasn't helping to settle his mind, full of feelings he just couldn't quite get a grasp on. There was a sense of urgency still hovering just out of sight. There was still something very important he should be doing, and it wasn't getting his memories back. But of course he couldn't know what any of this meant until he did. It was all very confusing. When he did finally doze off, it was full of unpleasant reminders from his childhood, something he may have been happier forgetting all the times he'd been shoved headfirst into his cupboard and other goings-on of that place. Mixed in, though, was Ron's smiling face and the breathless chatting of the bushy-haired girl Hermione. His assurance of Ron being his friend lingered, and even in the depths of his ream, Cycles, this other girl, lingered on the same level even if he couldn't grasp why. The next morning, once they'd all awoken and had a bit of breakfast, Remus disclosed his full story to Harry, and James and Sirius often jumped in. Harry beamed and laughed along, finally understanding and looking as if a great relief had been lifted from his shoulders. Telling them all that this made him happy and feel whole once more did puzzle them a bit, since Harry had only felt like this before when a strong memory had been returned to him. They knew that all the marauders were dead in Harry's time, so they were the only ones that could give Harry this story. Where then would he have heard it to be now hearing it again? Knowing there was nothing to it and no reason to ask the boy, they decided instead to gently ease into the topic of the Dursleys. Harry made to clench up at once, but they were all quick to reassure him. In fact, they spent most of the morning trying to get him to warm up to them, and after only a few hours, they seemed to have made a bit of progress in convincing him that what the Dursleys had done to him was indeed wrong. Harry still insisted that they hadn't left any lasting damage on him, but confided a few details he had neglected to tell them during the reading of the second chapter. Taking this as a small victory for now, they decided not to push their luck on what was clearly years of an embedded nature of secrecy. They all went back to the living room, and Remus volunteered to read this time, while Harry managed to slip in one more question. "Where is this Peter I've heard so much about? I'd very much like to meet him." "A very good question," Sirius agreed, looking towards the door with just a hint of worry now. "I sent him an owl before I went to bed last night," Lily quickly reassured. "If he doesn't answer by the end of the day, then you three can start panicking." She'd meant it in a light, teasing type way, but she knew that these four had never gone longer than a week tops without speaking to each other. Therefore, any prolonged absence would worry each of them. After taking the same seats as before, Remus gave himself a firm shake and then began in bright tones. "I hope you followed that first impression on McGonagall," Lily said, wanting very much for her son not to turn out like his father and be in detention more than out of it. "Not surprised McGonagall's still there," Sirius said, grinning. "She loves that school and every student in there." Harry smiled to himself. The more he heard about this castle, the better he was feeling. This sounded like a wondrous place, possibly full of the best of his memories. "I feel like, for every point I made for our house, you lot made us lose 5, Lily said in exasperation, as their old head of house began explaining the system of the school. It was a wonder they ever won the house cup with them around. "You know you enjoyed watching the shows, though," James said cheekily. Lily pressed her lips together in an effort to hide her smile. "Why would you try to flatten your hair?" James laughed. "There's no bloody point." "Honestly, after a while I did the opposite," he said, running his hand through his hair backwards for emphasis. "One of the most annoying of your many annoying habits," Lily grumbled with some soft affection. "Nerves," Harry answered his father, thinking back to how the Dursleys often kept their hair flattened in an attempt to impress. He must have gotten that from them. "Does she really give the same speech every year?" Remus chuckled. "That was almost word perfect to the same one she gave us." "McGonagall has always been a bit of a traditionalist," Sirius reminded him, smiling slightly. Harry went a bit wide-eyed in fear for a moment, not at all sure Fred was kidding about some part of this hurting, but when the other four burst out laughing, he decided it really must be something he wasn't as familiar with, this playful teasing they all did around him. James was quick to reassure, "Don't worry, Harry, it doesn't hurt one bit." "But you still won't tell me," Harry wheedled a bit. "Where would be the fun in that?" Sirius chuckled. "It's tradition," James agreed with a smirk. "You're not supposed to ruin what happens. Why do you think Ron doesn't know either?" Harry decided instead of arguing, he'd let the book tell him. "No, no," Lily said quickly, as she saw Harry's rising panic on his face, not that she could blame him with the thought of having to do magic in front of the school now on his mind. "It's all right, dear, nothing like that." After casting a quick look round at the boys, who were all shaking their heads and silently pleading her not to tell, she finally sighed and said, "It doesn't hurt, and it's not a test. I promise." Harry relaxed again and asked Remus to go on. "Do we even want to know what happened with a blue wig at this point?" James groaned. Harry pressed his lips together for a moment, but after remembering the breakfast they'd all just had, he finally admitted to them the whole story. A student had been cheating off his test, and when he told him to stop it, the boy quickly cried out that Harry had been the one cheating. The teacher had believed him instead of Harry, and Harry had been so mad he'd turned his teacher's wig blue, though of course neither of them understood how at the time. The teacher told the principal Harry had done it during their lunch break and that he must have somehow poured blue dye on it, and the principal had believed the teacher instead of Harry. After going home and having to get a signature from either his aunt or uncle, he'd been locked up in his cupboard for the night, but that was the only punishment he'd received. Because the principal had been convinced it was something as ordinary as acting out, Uncle Vernon chose to believe this as well. Therefore, in this particular moment, he must not have blamed Harry's magical background. Harry hadn't bothered to correct him, even if he'd known he should have. He wouldn't. All four adults once again felt a downpour of emotions at yet another instance where not only did no one believe Harry when he'd done nothing wrong, but he had been punished for something he'd had no control over. It was as wrong as every other instance they'd heard, but all they could do now was chalk it up to another moment they would like to take revenge on. For now, Remus decided to keep going. Sirius forced out a bit of laughter at this kid describing all of this as his doom, saying, "Bit melodramatic, eh?" "All 11-year-olds are melodramatic," Lily smiled indulgently. When Remus had kept going only to describe children screaming in fright and Harry nearly jumping out of his skin, Harry was stunned to see hardly anyone react past saying, "The ghosts," all at once, causing all of them to start laughing. In explanation to Harry's very confused face, Remus told him, "Oh, right, yeah, there are ghosts at the castle." "Okay," Harry drew the word out, but decided this was no weirder than everything else that had happened to him. "Peeves again," Sirius rolled his eyes. "I hope he never does learn. Wonder what he did this time," James said with pure curiosity of what had made the ghosts run late to the feast because of that poltergeist. "Only you four," Lily shook her head at the ceiling. Harry briefly wondered who Peeves was, but since the book was clearly talking about him now, he decided to let Remus keep going. "Like he doesn't know what the group of first years are doing in the same antechamber they're in every year," James snickered. "If McGonagall hadn't come back, all of the ghosts would have started introducing themselves," Sirius laughed. "There, you see," Lily beamed when Hermione went into detail of why the ceiling reflected the sky above because of yet more books she'd read. "I'm not the only one who enjoys outsource reading." "Lee, you were never this bad," James told her knowledgeably, willing to put money that this girl would be a Ravenclaw. It already showed that she treasured knowledge greatly. "Lucky, it doesn't just open up to the sky come winter," Sirius said. The four adults grimaced at Harry, comparing the Sorting Hat to what Aunt Petunia would have thought of it, hoping it wouldn't take too long for Harry to stop taking their minds back to that place. They all looked to Harry, who was looking as confused as he must have on that day. They all smiled to themselves, pleased beyond measure that they could witness this. "That's seventh-year magic, that is," James said, shaking his head, trying to conjure a rabbit out of nothing. "Unless he means turning the hat into a rabbit," Sirius offered, still advanced though, like second year at least. Lily rolled her eyes at the pair and declined to mention that this was just simply something muggles did. Remus ignored them as well and just kept going. "Sing." Harry interrupted, his mouth going a little slack at that. "Yes, Harry, sing," James said with high amusement. "Keep going, Remus." Remus took one more moment to capture this memory of Harry's confusion and delight at a talking magical hat, but then hesitated and read. "Oh, Remus, no," the boys groaned. "You've got to sing it." "No way," Remus said at once, going a bit red in the face. "I'm not that good a singer, so just let it go." Then he started over from the first line and read. Insert first Sorting Hat song. Both Sirius and James huffed in annoyance and vowed that if they were lucky enough to get the Sorting Hat song next year, they would sing along. Harry, on the other hand, was mulling over everything the hat had just said. So all you had to do was try on the hat. Oh, he couldn't wait to find out what house he was in. Despite all of their reassurances, he really hoped he was in Gryffindor like the rest of his family. "That's brilliant, wrestling a troll." Sirius cackled. "Wish I could have fooled Regulus into thinking that. Poor boy needs to learn not to take them at word," James said fondly. "Don't worry, dear," Lily said. "The hat doesn't take how you're feeling at the moment." James quickly cut her off, saying, "Lily, we don't need an hour-long lecture on the magic of how that hat works. Please, I want to know what house Harry's in." Lily threw him a dirty look but nodded, eager to learn this as well. "Queasy would be the one for everyone," Sirius laughed. Harry looked very intrigued at the idea of it simply slipping over his head. It seemed rather simple, and far better than anything he was imagining moments ago. "Sounds familiar," Lily muttered, knowing at least. James and Sirius started catcalling every year starting their second. "Got to make them feel welcomed," they said at the same time. "Oh, don't start thinking of the Slytherins like that," Lily said, frowning at once. "It is possible to make friends outside of your own house." Harry gave her a strange look. She seemed rather defensive of the subject, but as the other three all simply rolled their eyes at her, Harry decided to say nothing. Lily smiled at his observation of the hat's time process for every student and said, "It's all to do with the hat's process of—" "Lily," all three boys said at once. Lily pouted, but let the reading continue. When Seamus Finnegan was singled out as having a full minute under the hat, Lily leaned over and quickly whispered in Harry's ear, "It's to do with their personality. Every person has the potential traits for all four houses, and the hat decides which one would suit that person best. Sometimes it's obvious, sometimes it takes a bit of work for it to figure out." Harry nodded and had been listening so intently he almost didn't hear Remus say it was Hermione's turn, which took just as long as the last student before she was sorted into Gryffindor. "Really?" all four adults said together, while Harry smiled brightly. He knew his instincts about this girl had been correct. "Guess I had her pegged wrong," Sirius acknowledged. "Which is why you don't sort people," James laughed. "No person has ever not been chosen for a house in Hogwarts history," Lily said at once, as nerves looked to be coming over her son again at this idea. "They'd never tell you some mistake had been made and send you back to the Dursleys," James vowed, not even wanting to think on it. "Longbottom," they all said together in shock when Neville's first name was called out. "So that is Alice and Frank's boy," James said with a bit of unease, remembering the train scene. Perhaps Harry hadn't been the only boy to lose his parents during this awful war. Knowing the Longbottoms pretty well, Sirius really didn't want to think another good family had been destroyed, so he quickly said, "Yes, well, I'm sure that older woman dropping him off was just the one-time thing. Since they're both auras, I mean that can be a very demanding job, I'm sure." But as he trailed off, even he could hear the falseness in his own words. Sighing deeply, Remus decided he wasn't going to jump to any conclusions, so he just kept going. Harry was frowning to himself a bit, thinking for what felt like the 100th time that he should know the answer to this, yet once again it was escaping him. He really hoped this feeling would either wear off already or stop cropping up. James and Sirius were both chuckling at the idea of a student running off with the hat. This was original and something they'd never seen, and those moments were always a joy to them. James dearly wanted to make a comment how it was no surprise Malfoy wound up in Slytherin, but kept his mouth shut for Lily's sake. "Yes," all four adults said eagerly when it was finally Harry's turn. Harry tried to feel the same even as a small frown dampened his spirits just a bit, hoping all this whispering would get out of the students now, and knowing full well it wouldn't. "That sounded like a general mix of all the houses," Lily said, intrigued at once at the house's description of her boy. Her enthusiasm was diminished at once upon Harry's request for any house but Slytherin. "Oh, Harry," Lily groaned, rubbing at her own temple. She wished he wouldn't judge the whole house by such rumors. Harry squirmed awkwardly for a moment before profusely apologizing. He was having another of those feelings telling him already to agree with her. "Yes," all four boys cried, as one the moment Harry was given their old house, looking abundantly pleased despite what they had said. Even Lily couldn't deny how happy she was her boy wound up in her house, although she still couldn't shake the feeling that, perhaps if Harry hadn't been brave enough to put up his opinion, he would have wound up in Slytherin. Oh well, no need to ponder it now. "You know, that's a lot of what happened to me," Sirius said brightly. "The hat said I should go into Slytherin as well, but I fought back same as you pup." He grinned over at his godson with real pride for the first time, and Harry beamed right back. "And I thank Merlin for that every day," James laughed, his best friend and him sharing a grin, "or I'm sure our school life would have been much different." "I'll second that," Remus agreed, shuddering a bit as he kept reading past a ghost trying to shake Harry's hand. Harry grimaced and rubbed his hand, clearly remembering that feeling all over again of having his hand dunked in cold water. "Maybe Quirrell wears that turban to impress the students," Lily said, with a touch of concern, as Harry had once again grimaced in pain and began rubbing his temple in agitation. "Yeah, suppose so," he agreed half-heartedly, unable to shake the feeling there was something important about that turban. "Quirrell's still the only new teacher," Sirius piped up, trying to change the subject, "and the only new one I'm hoping, since I rather liked all of my teachers." "Couldn't tell that at school," Remus chuckled. "Poor Ron being one of the last," James said sadly. "Remember our 6th year and that kid whose last name was Zabini?" Sirius laughed. "Poor thing vomited because she was the last one." "Yes, well, I'm sure the Hufflepuffs didn't hold that against her," Lily chuckled. Harry beamed the moment Remus read out the next part, and they were all happy that Harry's new friend had joined him in their old house. "Would you look at that?" James said without much interest as Zabini, Blaise the last student, was sorted into Slytherin. "Those snacks from the train always feel ages ago by that time," Sirius agreed, rubbing his stomach. "I always choose laughter at Dumbledore's opening speech," James said, laughing even now at both Dumbledore's seemingly random words and his son's expression of it. "Perhaps a tad mad," Sirius said, cracking a small smile, "but we don't hold it against him." "So was that a yes or a no on his mental status?" Remus asked, grinning with the others. "I'll stand by what I said," Sirius told him. "What if someone was allergic to something in the midst of this feast?" Harry asked at random, remembering a day in his school cafeteria. "The parents inform the school ahead of time, and it's taken up with the kitchens," Remus said with a shrug. He'd never looked into the matter personally, but since there had never been an instance, he was sure the house elves knew what they were doing. "Dumbledore loves peppermint humbugs," Lily told him, grinning down at her boy's grossed-out look. She'd never been brave enough to try them, but Sirius had, and pleasantly informed all of them they tasted like toothpaste. None of them were endeared to try it after that. All 4 adults then pursed their lips, thinking to themselves that rationing food as a punishment was akin to starving in their books, but letting it slide for now. They trusted that Harry had told them the truth about the Dursleys doing otherwise. "Is there anything awful that child hasn't done?" James demanded in disgust the new idea presented of Dudley eating Harry's favorite foods, simply so Harry couldn't withstand a new level of awful. "Well, I'm glad he's eating his fill now," Sirius muttered, still wanting to knock that family a good one. Remus and Lily simply decided to keep that opinion to themselves, as Harry was looking a bit peaky again. "Why does he say ghost of Gryffindor Tower?" Harry asked. "Can't all the ghosts go anywhere in the castle they please?" "Yes," said Remus, "but there's at least one ghost who represents every house, as a sort of guide, if you will. Nick's ours. The Fat Friar is Hufflepuff's, the Grey Lady's Ravenclaw's, and the Bloody Baron is Slytherin's." Harry nodded with interest, but let Remus keep going. "Nearly headless?" Harry asked. "How can he be nearly headless?" "Oh, he tells that story every year," Sirius laughed with remembrance. "I always made it a point to sit near a first year at start of term so I could see this." "He's faking looking miffed," James laughed. "He loves showing off." All 3 boys laughed boyishly as once again they got to witness a first year with a gaping mouth at this revelation. Yes, Harry may be older now than he was then, but that look never got old. "Wow," Lily said, raising a brow. "Slytherin's almost got a record, 6 years like that. 2 more and they'll have beaten it." "Let's hope it doesn't keep then," James said with a groan of disgust. "We have asked the Bloody Baron how he got that blood." All 3 boys said some variation of this once. "Why am I not surprised?" Lily asked the ceiling. "He wouldn't tell us, though," Sirius said with regret. "One of the most bloody annoying things about our 7th year. We tried everything, got every ghost there to tell us how they died in one way or another. Sadly, both the Grey Lady and the Baron never spilled." Harry was twitching again in real agitation, but as he had no way to really explain that he felt he knew the answers to this as well, he simply remained quiet. "Please, Remus, you're torturing me," Sirius groaned, now clutching his stomach as if in real pain at all of this food being described. Remus opened his mouth to respond, but just then a wail came from upstairs. Taking the excuse, Sirius lunged to his feet and had barreled up the stairs before either parent had any chance to react. Sirius came down a few moments later with a bright-eyed baby, cooing to him about how baby Harry had saved Uncle Sirius from mean old Uncle Remus and his torturing. Remus just rolled his eyes and kept going as Sirius plopped himself down on the love seat with the toddler. Remus nodded sagely to the commentary of families, Seamus, in particular, having him say, "Yeah, My dad didn't tell my mum he was a wizard until he accidentally got her pregnant. Perhaps not the best time to inform her, but there you go. James and Sirius had heard this before, but Lily and Harry couldn't help but giggle a bit at this. The moment Neville had his turn by being mentioned as raised by his grandmother, all four adults paled as they came to the horrid conclusion that Neville had lost his parents in some way, same as Harry. None of them said anything, however, as Harry already looked troubled enough by this news, and they all comforted themselves with a reminder that they were going to change this. Really now, Lily said, frowning severely, magic comes with age. You shouldn't try and force it out any more than you should try stamping it out. The other three all agreed. Perhaps it was the over-lingering hatred of how the Dursleys had treated Harry, but they all felt a bit sensitive on the subject now. Remus quickly read on, but wasn't any more happy to hear of Neville being shoved out a window. Now all four adults looked ready to breathe fire. Really now, did they have to set up a whole new division in the ministry just to prevent child abuse? Still doesn't excuse the act itself. They all muttered in agreement, no matter Neville had bounced at the end. There's no such thing as not magic enough, Lily said at once. Often magic abilities can be latent, not appearing at all until harnessed through the use of a wand. It's okay, Lily, Remus said, trying to soothe what looked like a full-blown tangent. The boy got in. Hold your very loud and persuasive arguments for work, eh? Lily huffed and sat back, letting him go on. Sirius and James both threw him thank you looks. Ace the first class at once, Sirius said with pride, remembering the grin he'd gotten from McGonagall, turning his match into a needle on the first try. James blinked several times, clearly startled at the description of a hooked nose and greasy black hair, then said quite loudly, "Oh, bloody hell, you must be joking." "There's no way," Sirius groaned, letting his head fall back against the cushions. "Someone please tell me Harry just has an extremely ugly teacher who resembles an old Slytherin I never want to see again." "This can't be happening," Remus said at once, a bit of an edge in his voice. "Like Harry needs to put up with enough," Lily said at once, glaring around at all of them. Privately, Lily was doing quite the happy dance in her head. Last she had heard of her old friend, he had gone and joined a group of Death Eaters. Yet if this really was who she was hoping it was, then surely Dumbledore wouldn't have hired someone who supported Voldemort. So if this was him, then surely Severus had changed his ways over the years. Forcing herself to keep her mind on track, she turned back to find the boys still mutinously muttering as she said, "Leave it be until we know for sure." None of them agreed, but let it slide until they were sure. Harry still wondered what they were even talking about, but kept it to himself. "What?" all four said at once, instantly distracted from the drama of old school mates if that's even who it was. "Scars shouldn't burn," Lily said at once, fear lacing her tone. "Did it hurt again just now?" "No," Harry said at once, though he did vividly remember that pain now, as if it had happened all over again. The three boys exchanged fearful looks, but none of them knew what to make of this. After all, they weren't even 100% sure how Harry had gotten that scar. Sure, the book said that was where Voldemort had tried to kill him, and the green light vaguely implied which spell he had tried to use. However, there was no way Harry had survived the killing curse. No one ever had. So there must have been some new spell he had used, one that had got around Harry. Perhaps the side effects of that were that it would randomly pain him in his life. James asked, "Has it ever pained you before this?" "No," Harry said sadly, looking as lost as they do. Sirius grimaced, wanting terribly to point out that he didn't think it was a coincidence that Harry would have this sudden pain the moment he looked at old Snivelus. There was no doubt of that description as far as he was concerned. He knew the telling off he'd get from Lily for saying that. With no other proof or facts to look at, Remus decided that he should keep going and hope an explanation came about soon. The next bit wasn't an encouraging start, as it only went back to mentioning this teacher. They were now positive of the name of just by the lone description of his hateful look to Harry. Lily pursed her lips, but refused to admit that these boys might be right. No, Severus was a better man than that. He had to be. All three boys muttered something about an understatement before going on. "No," Lily said at once, not having to rejoice in this being Snape when it looked like these boys were going to start verbally abusing Severus. "I don't want to hear a word of it. After all, her old friend may harbor a grudge against this lot, and who could blame him, but it shouldn't affect Harry at all. She told them all as much, and all three boys gave her a look as if suddenly fearing for her health. "You must be joking, Lily," James said in exasperation. "Snape, not being a prat to my son. It's perfect for him to get his revenge, and—" "No," Lily said with such firmness. They all wanted to take a step back from her. "Severus would never take out his anger at you on a child. I know him better than that." "Knew him," Sirius muttered bitterly to himself, thinking back to their 5th year when the two had quite the public falling out and never really made up. James and Remus, on the other hand, had a better sense than to argue with her about this, though they too agreed with Sirius. All three dearly hoped they were wrong, of course, as they would never forgive themselves if Snape really were a prat to Harry just to get back at them. Wasn't the lot of them being dead good enough? They would have to hope so. Harry was privately wondering through all of this. What was going on? There was clearly a backstory here he hadn't been privy to. However, as his mother looked ready to burst into tears if the boys kept on this much longer, he said nothing, and instead wrapped his arm around her for comfort as Remus just decided to go on. "I'm not surprised at all," Sirius huffed to himself. He would go apply for the dark arts job. Thankfully, Dumbledore saw his real talents as a scrawny potions know-it-all git. "That was probably the nicest thing you ever said about him," Lily said, half a reprimand, half a thank you. "Told you we were getting better," James said brightly. All three boys cracked up a bit at the comment of the Forbidden Forest being off limits, since all four friends had broken that rule their first night there. This had, incidentally, started a beautiful friendships. Harry even gave a small laugh at that, remembering them telling him this at breakfast. Lily simply shuddered in disgust. She had never set foot in that forest, and never intended to. It was creepy. "Liking those twins more and more," James said with glee when Dumbledore's eyes had to linger on them to emphasize the warning. "Ugh, that old git Filch is still there," Sirius said in disgust. "Filch isn't that bad," James said fairly, "so long as you know how to avoid him. You lot clearly weren't very good at that, as often as I saw him screaming at you," Lily laughed. "Yes, well, we had to let him catch us sometimes," Remus said, a sparkle of mischief clear in his eyes. "How else could we raid his office to get our stuff back?" Lily groaned and put her face in her hands, deciding she didn't want to ask any more. "Oh, good," James said with glee. "Madam Hooch is still there. At least I know Harry will get proper flying instructions then." "I notice she's the only teacher there so far who you've given her title," Lily said, shaking her head sadly. "Is she really the only adult there you respected?" "At the time," Sirius said slowly, "yes. But as we aged, we did come to respect all of our teachers for what they were. And we did call them properly in class. Give us that," Remus said fairly. Lily again simply rolled her eyes at her boys. All four adults blinked, now very clearly startled at news to them of an out-of-bounds corridor on the 3rd floor. "I'm guessing that wasn't there when you were then?" Harry asked, rubbing his temple furiously again. Talking seemed to help lessen the pain, though. "No, not at all," Sirius said, an old tone beginning to creep into his voice. "No," Lily said at once, giving all three boys very stern looks. "Sirius just said that, Lily," James told her, trying to avoid her gaze. "You know exactly what I mean, James Potter," Lily said severely, throwing Harry a very worried glance. "I don't care what you lot got up to at school, can't do anything about it now, but I do not want Harry to go around, poking into things he shouldn't. Did you not hear the very painful death part? He could get really hurt." "Oh, relax, Lily." Remus laughed at the way she made his two best friends look almost ashamed of themselves. "Harry's perfectly alive and healthy right there. I'm sure even if he did find out, he didn't come to any harm." Lily hardly looked nullified, but the other three boys looked quite pleased at Remus' logic. Sirius was far too curious to hear if Dumbledore was going to elaborate then to make his preferred joke when Dumbledore was described as serious. "Dumbledore does usually give a reason for things," Remus agreed with Percy, now frowning a bit himself. "I wonder why he wouldn't have told the prefects what's going on in there." "All the more reason to stay away," Lily muttered, though she was clearly the only one thinking this. "Oh, come on," James and Sirius groaned, while Sirius said, "I'll bet you're not going to sing the school song either." "Of course not," Remus sniffed. "I've told you I don't like singing." At Harry's confused look, Lily told him, "Dumbledore has them sing the school song every 7 years. Your father and Sirius loved singing it in this old dirge tone, being the last ones to stop. Remus and Peter, on the other hand, tried their best to avoid the public eye, so they were a bit more, how shall I put this, reserved. Harry smiled at her, then around at the rest of them as the boys were still arguing. Finally, Remus cut off the argument by simply reading as fast as he could. Insert Hogwarts school song. While James and Sirius looked genuinely hurt that they hadn't been allowed to do the tune that they had greatly enjoyed making up on the spot in their 6th year, Remus looked relieved that this should be the last time he'd have to avoid singing. Brilliant! James and Sirius laughed to the Weasley twins' idea of singing along to a funeral march. I swear, Dumbledore's the only one who ever enjoys that song, Lily chuckled. It didn't say, "What tune did you do, Harry?" Sirius asked brightly. I just kind of hummed along, Harry admitted. I'm not much in the way of music either. Well, we can't all be the Three Toads, James said with a shrug. Harry blinked for a moment before deciding it must be some wizard band and not asking about it. All 4 adults looked like they wanted to laugh a bit at Harry's omission of not paying attention on the way to the tower. Harry really should have been paying attention to where he was going, or he was going to have a rough morning. It was too late now, however, to mention it. Raspberries are Peeve's favorite response, really, Sirius chuckled. Ouch, James winced, pulling the Baron card already. I think that's a bit unnecessary. He's trying to get the first years to bed, Lily said. I'd be a bit curt with him too. Poor Neville, why was he the one to get those dropped on his head? Sirius winced. He seems to be getting the short end since this thing started. None of them had really gotten over the fact that he was an orphan too, just like their little Harry. They were hoping that Harry would make friends with him soon. It would make them all feel a bit better about it, if only slightly. Percy sure thinks a lot of his position, Remus said, with a bit of a frown. After all, if you let the position go to your head, you won't get any respect from the other students. Starting off by complaining to first years that the poltergeist, who didn't listen to anyone, especially didn't listen to prefects, wasn't a good start. Harry was grinning to himself, feeling very pleased with himself that he wasn't surprised one bit at the idea of a picture revealing something inside this castle. Well then, you should have fed Scabbers at dinner, then he wouldn't eat your sheets, Sirius interrupted with a small laugh, thinking back to all the great times he and his friends had shared in their dormitory. You can't transfer houses, James snorted at Harry's odd little dream. You're not feeling guilty about being in Gryffindor? Lily asked with some concern, because really, sweetheart, the house doesn't matter. It's the person in the house. It's fine, Mum, Harry said, massaging his forehead again in a bit of pain. There was something important about this dream. Something he really should remember, but it just wasn't coming to him. I'm sure it's like the book said. I just had a bit too much to eat. Strange sleeping place, all that's bound to give me a nightmare. Deciding to take this for what it was, Remus pressed on. Nightmare indeed, all 3 boys muttered, shaking themselves slightly. No one really wanted to dwell on that dream much. That's the end of the chapter. Remus said brightly, Lily, did you want to go next? Sure, she said, taking the book eagerly, wanting to get right to Harry's classes. Chapter 9. The Potions Master. Chapter text. Lily began with high spirits, wanting eagerly to know which classes her son would excel in, but her spirits went down at once from all those students whispering about Harry. Of course, the student body would gawk at him, like some perverse form of a celebrity. None of the others looked the least bit happy about this either, but Lily hoped dearly that this wouldn't last long, so she pressed on. James frowned, feeling his spirits flag, a bit as he realized he'd never be able to talk to Harry about the map they'd let Filch catch them with on the last day of term. Harry wouldn't be able to adopt his birthright, and though those hallways wouldn't always remain a mystery to him with familiarity, he wouldn't know them as well as he could. Sirius and Remus were both thinking the same thing, though Sirius tried to console himself that, with any luck, some other pranksters had worked out how to get a hold of it and were putting it to use. Why do you know how many staircases there are? Remus laughed. I've never even sat down and counted them. I heard Hermione say that in the common room that morning, Harry told him. I'm sure she learned about it in that book Hogwarts, a History. I'll agree with you on that one, Sirius said cheerfully. Gotta love a castle with a personality, James said with reminiscence. It still felt like only yesterday he and his friends had been roaming those halls, learning every secret they could, having the castle surprise you at every turn. Those suits of armor certainly can walk, Remus chuckled, and they love messing with the students as much as anything else in that castle with a mind. Harry looked slightly disgruntled at this, but even Lily was smiling and saying, "It's all part of the experience. You need to learn at a young age that magic is complex in all aspects, and nothing is as it seems." Way to put a philosophy spin on messing with a kid's mind, Sirius laughed. Peeves is a lovely chap, really, James said through bursts of laughter, not being able to count how many times he'd been pulled over by Peeves in his first year. Now Filch is worse, Sirius agreed. At least Peeves has a sense of humor. That old fart wouldn't know a joke if it bit him in the arse. You're just bitter of all the times he caught you, Lily said primly. Oh, like you don't hold a grudge for that time in first year when you used the wrong spell and made that bottle of ink explode all over his cat, Remus said slyly. Lily's face went bright red, and she began stammering a bit, but it was nothing compared to James, who went bug-eyed as he spluttered. You told us you did that. Yes, well, I took pity on her when I came across Filch yelling like that, so I told him I did it, Remus told them, still smiling. Sirius and James looked like they couldn't decide if they were hurt or pleased at this deception for so long. Why didn't you ever tell us? James demanded. Yes, that was the entire reason we invited you out that night, Sirius seconded. Couldn't rat out such a pretty girl then, Remus said, smiling indulgently at them all, and still automatically glancing around for his other friend who'd have to comment on that, and still frowning just slightly when he wasn't here. Oh, but you can now, Lily demanded, her face completely red from all of this, and clearly not noticing his slight distraction. Well, it's for Harry's benefit after all, he admitted, eyes gleaming as he met the babies, now easily right back into this. Harry was laughing so hard he feared he'd crack a rib soon, while James and Sirius finally decided to cave in and acknowledged that they, too, were impressed with this. Lily was withholding judgment on whether she was going to forgive him, though the chances were high since they were long out of school now, and no one could really do anything about it. I really do have to wonder why he's even there, though, Sirius buted in back on point. The house elves do a far better job at keeping the castle clean. He only does it when something needs to be taken care of right, than in the middle of the day. Do we really need someone whose sole purpose is to catch students doing bad things? Considering you lot, and those Weasley twins exist, yes, Lily pointed out. So straight out of your mother, and Uncle Remus. James laughed as Harry managed to get on Filch's bad side first morning. Yes, well, we weren't much better, Sirius argued at once, since we did wait until our second day to do it on purpose. Got to test your boundaries early, James agreed. Lily winced at the mention of the out-of-bounds corridor again, while the other three were more privately thinking that if Filch had come across them, it wouldn't have been an accident they were trying to get in. Lily spoke aloud what they had just been thinking. Yes, well, with James as his father, I don't really blame Filch for assuming you were trying to get in on purpose. Poor old chap was probably having a flashback, Remus agreed. Filch shouldn't base my son off of me. James couldn't help but scold, either Lily or Filch, whoever was actually doing it, even while he had a pleased smile for this taking place. Harry couldn't help a puzzled little frown, like something about Quirrell being near that door should mean something to him. I swear that cat is part Kneazle, Sirius grumbled when Mrs. Norris was mentioned. Too damned smart for its own good. And you can't blame the students one bit for wanting to kick that cat, James said with chipper. But the challenge of doing more than saying funny words to create magic makes it all the more fun, Lily said with pleasure. Never saw the point in astronomy class, Sirius huffed. I think it should be optional to third years, and that's it. Oh no, Lily said at once. It's very important that you get a rounded education and learning how. Lily, James said again, we discussed this pertinent information. Lily narrowed her eyes at him and said, You just wait, I'm going to remind you of that later. Her biology class hated me, Sirius said at once. No, Sirius, James said slowly, as if talking to an idiotic child. You hated that class. Don't blame the plants. The plants sure hated me, Sirius grumbled, bouncing the baby around a bit to make himself feel better. When he began letting out high-pitched giggling, it worked at once. Lily sighed. I have to agree with you on that one, she said sadly. I've read the text for History of Magic, of course, and I think it's fascinating, but Binns has to be the worst teacher there is. I'll give you that, Remus agreed, feeling bored at the mere mention of that class. He would be the first to admit he had used that class as an extra nap period. Give that class a better teacher, and it could be one of the best. How do you fire a ghost, though? Sirius asked. Pretty sure no one can answer that, which is why no one's done anything about it, James laughed. All four adults huffed at that, wishing that at least the teachers would show a little decorum. They would have thought better of Flitwick than squealing over Harry, no matter how much of the fun teacher he was usually considered to be. Why wouldn't McGonagall be different than the other teachers? Sirius laughed. Did you expect all your teachers to be exactly the same? Harry quickly explained. Well, in primary school, we had one teacher that taught us everything. I wasn't used to having different teachers at the same time. Fascinating, Remus said, but that must have been hard on them. My dad didn't send me to primary school for obvious reasons, he explained sheepishly. No, Harry said, frowning. What are the obvious reasons? Lily clasped Harry's hand tightly and said, It's a bit hard to explain, dear, but for now all you need to know is that Remus, Dad, tried to keep him away from other people. But why, though? Harry said, getting more confused by the minute. Prejudice against something they didn't understand, James answered when it seemed Remus didn't want to. They thought werewolves were a danger to them all the time. But they're not, Harry said in a duh-like tone. This was obvious to him after all. Why would other people not see it? Let's carry on, shall we? Remus said, getting more uncomfortable by the minute. Leave this one for later. Harry still looked confused, but let the matter slide for now. The others, especially Remus, felt both happy that Harry was still innocent enough to not understand prejudices, and equally unwilling to introduce them to him themselves. Show off, Remus chuckled a bit forcefully, trying to brighten the mood back to what it was, and McGonagall's trick of transforming the furniture into farm animals was a good one considering Harry's immediately impressed look. For now, he'd count his blessings his attention was clearly as distractible as an 11-year-old's. Really, are we sure this Hermione wasn't in Ravenclaw? Sirius demanded, quite impressed she'd managed such advanced transfiguration like he had. I don't think Harry's that senile, or that she's that lost, James said, honestly just as impressed. I feared as much about Quirrell, Remus said with a wince. A real pity he's no use, since it's one of your most important classes for learning offensive spells, James agreed. Lily couldn't argue that logic, though she didn't approve what this lot had done with those offensive spells recreationally. Okay, that one's fair enough, Remus chuckled for real this time, if that's really what the garlic was for. I can see why they're a bit skeptical of his tale of the turban then, James laughed. Can't even lie properly, or spin a good tale, Sirius said sadly. I wouldn't put it past him to carry garlic with him everywhere inside that turban, Remus said. Harry couldn't help frowning, his automatic reaction to be to correct Remus and say something else was going on there, but he knew he'd pay for it and held his tongue. We tried to tell you you wouldn't be behind, Lily said. Oh, I know now, Harry said quickly, still frowning a bit and knowing he was missing something to do with Quirrell and that turbine, but happy to change the subject and take his mind off of it. It took you 5 days to find the Great Hall without getting lost, James said with honest disappointment. Sirius and I managed that by the first morning. Yes, well, we kind of snuck out that very night and made sure we could do as much, Sirius said fairly. All four felt a spike in their emotions as the mention of potions came up. Well, he shouldn't favor his own house, Lily said at once, looking scandalized at the thought Save would do that. Wouldn't surprise me if he did, James muttered to himself. Wish McGonagall favored us, Sirius said sadly, having been told off by her, probably more than any other teacher. Then Sirius blinked for a moment before bursting into laughter that Harry had said the same as him in this book. Being the head of house will never stop her assigning homework, Remus said brightly. I swear sometimes you enjoyed your homework, James groaned. Owls are a much better wake-up call than being yelled at, Harry said, smiling to himself, if a bit more alarming. The four adults wondered if the aching feeling of loss would ever go away at this constant reminder that none of them had been able to write to him, to demand all sorts of details on how his week had gone. Who would Harry turn to for help if any problems arose at school? His friend was the same year as him, so he wasn't going to be able to help with everything. So they all perked up instantly at that arrival of Hedwig with a note. Oh, Hagrid, Lily said, almost tearing up with joy. I'll never be able to thank that man enough. The others couldn't help but agree with her, thinking that if they couldn't be there for Harry, at least someone still was for the little things like this. Why did Hagrid send him that in a note, though? James asked. Surely he might have bumped into Hagrid on the grounds. Lily shook her head a bit before saying, James, has it even mentioned that Harry's been travelling the grounds yet? I'm sure he's been staying inside and studying. It's his first week after all, it's still all new. Harry verbally agreed with his mother, while privately thinking to himself that Hagrid may have just known. Harry had been watching students all around him get mail for a week now. Maybe his first friend would have seen Harry every morning and realized he'd want the same. He didn't choose to put this aloud, though, wondering if it would sound too hokey to the men. I knew it, Sirius snarled. The second reference was made to his potions class being the worst thing all week, looking like he wanted to get to his feet all over again and go curse that little slime ball. Lily looked crushed, still not really wanting to believe her old school friend would turn on a child, so she said nothing until she read what actually happened. James was beginning to feel the first visages of guilt at all of his actions he'd done to Snape, now knowing how Lily had felt when she said she felt guilty for the way Petunia treated her son. Whether intentionally or not, they both felt responsible for the way these people, secondary in their own life, figured directly into their son's life. Oh, Lily said, brightening up for a moment. Perhaps it was a student that had made this potion class so bad, considering Harry's at first misunderstood comment about Snape's apparent thoughts on him. But then without even looking at the boys, she kept reading, and her feelings sunk far lower than before, almost as much as when she'd found out her son had been sleeping in a cupboard. Pursing her lips and fighting back tears, she had to wonder, did everyone she used to love as a child hate her son now? Harry looked very upset as well, more so that his mother looked so close to bursting into tears. But Lily gave none of those boys a chance to say anything, as she quickly read on. James gritted his teeth, and both Sirius and Remus felt themselves go a bit flushed with anger at the way this was starting already. Snape mocking Harry's celebrity status, when the man knew full what it had cost Harry his mother, for one thing, was of the lowest blows for this man in particular to be making. Spot-on comparison, comparing his void-like eyes to dark tunnels, Sirius hissed. Lily ignored him. I'm surprised, really, that he has a gift for anything, let alone keeping attention. James grumbled under his breath, since everyone had a natural talent for ignoring him during classes. He sure thinks highly of his job, Sirius snapped. Lily snapped as well, having quite enough. All right, you too, you hate him, I know that. But I am not going to sit here and listen to you complain about every little thing he says. Both boys went a bit wide-eyed at the veracity, not knowing that she was channeling her own anger outwards. When her eyes swiveled onto Remus, possibly expecting him to join his friends, or maybe hoping for an ally against them, Remus simply threw his hands up in surrender and said, I've several issues with Severus, but I'm not going to sit around and berate him. No, but you'll sit by and watch your friends do it, she practically hissed, all those old feelings coming back up to the surface again. Hey! All three began at once, but Harry had finally had enough. Stop it! They did indeed all freeze and turn to him. Harry had shouted so loudly, though, that baby Harry began crying in shock and fear. Sirius calmed him down quickly enough, and then Harry went on in more mellow tones. Stop it, please. I can't stand watching you all fight like this. Lily and James in particular looked remorseful, but Sirius still looked ready for a fight and said, Yes, well, I guess there are some things we all still need to get off of our chests. Why are you even fighting, though? Harry demanded. What on earth am I missing? All four fidgeted slightly, suddenly realizing they hadn't really mentioned their old school rival friend. Finally, it was Lily that sighed and said, How about we explain after this chapter, dear? It is a bit involved. Harry still looked annoyed, but agreed anyways. His parents had kept their word about these things so far. Remus couldn't help the snort that escaped him in the worst way. Oh, that was a lovely teaching method. Insult your students. The drought of living death, Lily said at once to Snape's first question directed at Harry, her eyes narrowing with distaste. That was a sixth-year potion after all. Why on earth would any of them know that? I don't believe it, James gaped. There's no way Hermione actually knew the answer to that. Perhaps she was going to cite something from 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, Sirius offered, not believing that even this bright little first year could know that. He did not just imply. James began to snarl in outraged Snape's crack about Harry's fame implying knowledge, wanting to reach out and take the book to confirm that this bully was really picking on a child now, for something as awful as his parents' death. Why that both Remus and Sirius began at once, but Lily quickly looked round at them, her face flushed with anger herself, but saying, "I meant it, you three. I will not sit here and listen to you go badgering on about him every time he says something." "Yes," she quickly added on when James looked ready to fight back. "He shouldn't have said that. It was wrong. Yet I won't hear it." All three slumped back in real agitation now, really not wanting to see how far Snivelus was going to push little Harry's buttons. "In the stomach of a goat," Lily said to herself, when she continued onto his ridiculous interrogation of his potion knowledge. What was he hoping to accomplish with this? If Harry had shown mastery like Lily once had, would he still be at this? That at least had been a first-year question, though why he was still picking on her boy made her furious. And Harry's still being polite, and everything to that miserable excuse of A. Sirius grumbled to himself, not even being able to refer to Snape as a teacher right now. "Really now," Remus snarled, accusing him of not opening a book, "that's just being childish." Though he said it quietly enough, he didn't think Lily heard him. "They're the same plant. Really now, Severus, if he doesn't know by now, move on." Lily said in outrage, yes, having heard all of the boy's previous mutters, but finally losing her own patience. "Lily, are you going to answer all of these questions?" James asked. "It distracts me," she snapped. "All right then, you do that," he said at once, tossing his hands up in surrender. Remus wanted to laugh at this. Hermione clearly wanted to prove herself, still trying to answer all of these questions, but he just couldn't bring himself to do it, still too angered at Snape's actions. "Thank you, Harry, for finally telling him to shove off," James said, releasing a breath. "I was starting to get worried you'd let him do that to you all class." Harry shook his head. Having had more than enough bullying from the family he lived with to last a lifetime, he really wasn't going to let a teacher start on him now. Lily's hands tensed over the book so hard she feared she might rip it. Still, that didn't lessen her anger any. Really, now who was acting like a child, taking an old grudge out on her baby? James groaned and planted his face in his hands, knowing full well that taking away a house point was just the beginning in a long line of times he was going to hate his 11-year-old self. Sirius was just surprised it was only one. "Malfoy's dad and his Snape are old death, eater buddies, I'm sure," Sirius whispered into baby Harry's ear, making very sure Lily didn't hear the reason he was sure Snape favored Malfoy. "Now that's a real accomplishment," Remus honestly chuckled at Neville's accident. "I didn't manage to melt a cauldron until my second potions lesson." "And you then melted one every other class after that," Sirius laughed. "Don't exaggerate, Sirius," James said, a teasing smile curling his lips. "It was only once a month, I'm sure." "Oh, ha, very funny," he grumbled. His friends would never let him live that down. "The poor thing," Lily crooned at all the boys on the first year in his first class. "That arse," she screamed at once at Snape's response to this. All four boys jumped, looking as startled as the baby. Lily quickly set the book aside, then went over and scooped the baby away from Sirius, more to calm her own nerves down than anything. Only after her son was properly happy again did she give him back and march back over and pick up the book, intending to pick up where she left off, but James bravely said, "Ah, Lily Flower, would you like to vent a bit?" "No," she said through gritted teeth, then read in the same way. "A genuine mistake," Remus muttered, rubbing a spot on his arm in pained remembrance of what could happen if you didn't take the potion off the fire before adding further ingredients. Why should Harry have stopped Neville? James cut in his eyes burning. "It's not his job to watch, it's the teacher's." Lily sucked in a deep breath, but finally started to read again in an almost normal tone, only for her words to spike in anger as she kept going. "Oh, bloody hell," she and Sirius cried at the same time at the injustice Snape used to take further points away. I really can't believe," Lily stuttered, too angry for words any more. Sirius sure wasn't, as he continued to verbally abuse Snape, calling him several things he'd never even thought to do back in school. Even James and Remus looked like they were going to explode at any given moment, each only being able to hold themselves back at a bit of personal guilt. But it was quickly waning. Harry just looked around at all of them, hurt and confused as to what had his family so upset. When he gently touched his mum on the shoulders, she came out of her rage a bit, enough to go on anyways. Probably for the best Ron kicked you, Remus sighed. Don't give him a real excuse to go after you. He obviously doesn't need one, James growled. Thank you, Lily breathed, knowing full well she couldn't have handled another paragraph of that, and quite glad it had finally skipped ahead. All three boys then snorted, genuinely amused. The points from his house was what had Harry's spirits down. Please, James sighed. I lost 10 in my first ever class by asking Slughorn if his mustache was hiding tusks. Harry blinked, very confused by this, but it made Lily laugh again and say, "Oh yes, I remember that. Slughorn always did like cheek, but never, it seemed, from you." It might have had something to do with the fact that James resented his little slug club initiation, Sirius said wisely. As James really didn't want to be invited to another, he made a bit of an ass of himself. And it just got worse as time went on, Remus laughed. Snape hating you is my fault, I'm afraid, James said with a grimace. Our fault, Sirius buted in at once. You were hardly ever alone, after all. We couldn't very well let you after a point, Remus agreed, or you likely would have been ambushed. I can't decide if that was really sweet or just sad at how many enemies you lot made, Lily said, frowning at them. Go with sweet, Sirius said, in what he clearly thought was a charming tone of voice. It makes us look better. Harry felt like he was finally understanding the underlying problem here, but still wanted to hear this story firsthand. Ignoring that awful feeling that, yet again, he should know the answer anyways. Oh, did Hagrid get a new dog? Sirius asked brightly when Fang was mentioned. I guess, time-wise, poor Claw would have died, James said sadly. I'm sure this one is just as vicious, Remus said, chuckling. Lily was pursing her lips, knowing full well the boys were joking about the vicious thing, but still feeling rather worried that Hagrid had to hold the dog back. Now they were all laughing at how Fang greeted the boys, Lily relaxing at once as she realized Fang was just a little puppy at heart. Better than Claw then, Sirius laughed. He just loved sticking his nose up our, okay, Sirius, James said quickly. We know, I promise, we remember. Rock cakes? Lily asked in confusion. The others shrugged. Sure, they knew Hagrid in passing and liked him well enough. They travelled the grounds so much that they had struck up a few conversations and gotten to know his previous dog, but never well enough to be invited over. Oh, I see, Lily said, unable to help laughing a bit with further details. Hagrid must not be a very good cook. Now I wonder where he could have heard Filch being galled an old git, James said with high exaggeration as he eyed Sirius, who smiled unabashedly. Now that's just rude, keeping Mrs. Norris on Hagrid like that, Lily said, frowning. Hagrid clearly doesn't know that a good way to get a cat to stop following you is to bark at it a few times, Sirius said wisely. I highly doubt anybody but you four would know that, Lily said right back. Oh, Hagrid knows exactly why Snape hates you, Remus said, frowning a bit at such an evasive answer. Though I can't blame him for not telling, James said sadly. I guess Hagrid doesn't want you to start out hating one of your teachers. But you are still going to tell me yourselves right, Harry persisted. Still not looking happy about it, James promised he would try. And as subtle as ever, Sirius chuckled at Hagrid's poor attempts to chatting about Charlie. Cotton on to Hagrid changing the subject, have you? James said weakly. Really? They all said at once when a date for that bank break-in was given, taking note now that this had happened on Harry's birthday, the day he was at Gringotts. All four frowned, very glad Hagrid had been with him. If it really had been dark wizards, then they would have liked nothing more than to get their hands on Harry. Still, they managed to comfort themselves by thinking this must have happened much later, after Harry had long since left Diagon Alley, so none of them said anything more of it. Oh, please don't say it was going on while you were there, Lily said, looking almost faint at the idea. It didn't matter, it had already happened. The idea was going to linger in her head now anyways, and she didn't need details. So Hagrid knows what was stolen. James yelped in shock. It was the package he took out, Sirius said, looking wide-eyed. What on earth did Dumbledore have him pick up? Remus demanded. Lily bit her lip hard to stop herself from blurting out the next question. Why was it suddenly that a door was being bared off that same year? No, It couldn't be possible Dumbledore would hide something that dark wizards wanted in a school full of children. That was dangerous beyond anything else there. Instead, she pressed on quickly, hoping Hagrid would once again make a stab at changing the subject. Harry, on the other hand, looked like he was going to be sick. The constant feeling of pain building up in his head, getting worse with all these questions he should have been able to answer, and quickly zoned in on the sound of his mother's voice as a distraction. It stands to reason this package was picked up just in time, or just a really, really big fat coincidence, Remus muttered, mostly to himself. I have a bad feeling I know the answer to where that thing is now, and yes, Hagrid does know more about Snape than he's sharing. Lily said wisely. What did you do with the rock cakes? James asked loudly, really not wanting to think of dark wizards bursting through the Hogwarts gates in search of this artifact that all this implied was now hanging around his son's school. Harry gave himself a firm shake and said, Ron and I left them by the fireplace, let them melt a bit and get all gooey again. Then we really did eat them, and they weren't bad then. Chapter 10. The Midnight Duel. Chapter text. Harry really wanted to butt in and remind them that they'd promised him a response to Snape's attitude towards him, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. He still felt too shy, the ingrained nature of never being allowed to ask questions still winning out. Clearly it was a sore subject to all, so he decided to keep his mouth shut and just hope they would really tell him eventually. My turn, James said eagerly, hoping a Quidditch match would come up soon. He doubted this book would take them through a week by week of the castle after all. I don't know, Sirius said to Harry's deceleration of not hating anyone as bad as Malfoy. I find it hard to believe that Malfoy will do anything that will make me hate him more than that spoiled brat of a muggle. Harry was frowning, knowing full well he had a reason to be feeling like this, and yet not knowing why at the same time. Had no argument for Sirius then, so he let his dad keep going. Why do they force the Gryffindors and Slytherins to learn together? Remus groaned in disgust. James, on the other hand, was delighted. His son had natural flying abilities, and he couldn't wait to read about it, no matter who would be watching. What I don't understand is why they have those lessons first year, Lily said. After all, you can't even join until second year. What's the point in one lesson practically a year before? It's to gauge potential, Sirius said wisely. Nonsense, Sirius said, siding with James the moment Harry's fear of looking like a fool on a broom was spoken. Harry's a natural. I'll bet you anything he picks up on it first try. Harry looked far from reassured, and Lily shot the two very disgruntled looks and said, And if he doesn't? What, are you going to laugh along with that, Malfoy? Both boys looked shocked and hurt that Lily could ever think such a thing, and James was quick to say, Of course not. How could you think that? We're just confident in his abilities. Lily ground her teeth in frustration. She was sure they hadn't gotten her point, that they were setting Harry up for feeling bad about himself if they turned out to be wrong. But hoping she was wrong, she decided to let James keep going. James and Sirius exchanged uneasy looks, not having thought of the fact that Malfoy had grown up with the sport and likely wasn't just exaggerating his Quidditch boasts. Malfoy most likely did have his own broom at home and had been able to fly for ages. When they had spoken with such confidence, they had been speaking as if Harry had grown up as he should have, getting his own broom for his first birthday like Sirius fully intended, playing with a quaffle in the yard like James had always planned. For that one brief moment, they had forgotten what was going to happen and just went with what should have been. James shook himself hard, forcing that empty feeling creeping up again to go away so he could read about his son. Sirius grimaced in disgust of even unintentionally mimicking this Malfoy kid, helicopters included. Lily was just impressed he knew what a helicopter was and quickly whispered to James she'd explain it later. See, James said loudly, more than happy to change the subject to Ron's confusion on such a seemingly boring sport as Dean's. I'm not the only one who thinks that. I don't force you to follow it, Lily said patiently. Remus laughed to himself, remembering both James and Sirius prodding many of his photos, no matter how many times he explained they weren't going to move. Poor dear, Lily said sadly. She couldn't blame the girl one bit. She had never been one for flying either, and would have loved some advice from Hermione at that time, as well even from a book. Oh, come on now, Harry. Quidditch Through the Ages is like the one book in that library that's useful, Sirius sighed. By that point, I was just bored by whatever she said, Harry said, frowning to himself. The feelings he had now were of annoyance at such a know-it-all girl, but Harry had been so sure of his feeling earlier. Had his gut feeling been wrong and he wasn't friends with her? Show off, James said in disgust. Yes, his parents had sent him homemade packages from home as well, but he'd never gloated over the fact, but instead tossed whatever he could to his friends, unlike this Malfoy kid. Oh, remembralls are so useless, Remus said, shaking his head. Why's that? Harry asked. The smoke inside it turns red when you've forgotten something, so it's constantly red because you always forget something, Sirius said. Harry still looked confused, so Remus explained properly. Whether it's something like forgetting your homework or simply forgetting what you had for dinner last night, it doesn't tell you what you've forgotten. So essentially the smoke will always be red. Oh, Harry said. Then he frowned and began rubbing his temple again. There was something he should remember about Neville's remembrall, but what? Sighing in frustration, he simply thanked them and then asked his father to go on. Why? All four adults said in shock as Malfoy took Neville's new item right from his hand. Those tables are at opposite ends of the hall, Remus said. Looking for a fight, I'm sure, James muttered. Really now, Lily said. Did Malfoy think he could get away with that? In the Great Hall, where all of the teachers in the castle are. Intelligence never ran in the Malfoy line, Sirius said, in what he clearly thought was an intelligent tone of voice. Lily didn't even begrudge her son and his friend trying to start a fight otherwise, though. It was after all Malfoy who had picked that fight. The other three boys had no problems with this whatsoever. Now they all snorted in disbelief, as if any teacher would believe Malfoy was just looking at a moment like the one he'd caused. Those old-school brooms that fly askew are the nice ones, Sirius said in disgust. I got one that tried rolling constantly. Yes, James and Sirius shouted with glee. They just knew Harry would be a natural. How could he not? The fact that his broom had instantly flown into his hand was only proof of what they already knew. James read on quickly now, wanting to hear firsthand how much his son loved flying. That's a fascinating insight, the brooms responding to voice as if sentient, Lily said, puzzling over this. Since all magical objects do at least form some mind of their own after a time, but I don't think anyone's ever conducted a study. More projects for you then, dear, James said, grinning over at his wife. Sirius and James couldn't help but give vindictive grins at Madame Hooch correcting Malfoy's grip. That boy was clearly going to be trouble for Harry, so any victory now would be savored. How can you grip a broom wrong, though? Harry asked, trying to picture it in his head. Don't you just sort of hold on? How would she even know he'd been doing it wrong for years? Sirius was more than eager to explain. There's different ways to grip a broom just as there are different ways to kick or throw a ball to get a certain spin on it. Just for the hovering you were doing, you'd only need a fairly loose grip, and for Malfoy to be holding however wrong he was, she would have known that was the grip he used for everything, meaning he must have been doing it wrong for some time. Harry's eyes sparked with interest. He dearly wanted to sit around and discuss this type of thing for ages, but relented that they could wait for a better time. Oh my gosh, Lily said in shock. The second Neville had gone from simply having the mishap of a misbehaving broom to slamming back into the ground. She pressed her hand to her mouth and had to fight back the urge to run to someone's side who wasn't in here. James gave a wince of remembered pain. He had his fair share of injuries at school. Falling off of brooms were always the worst. Why didn't Madame Hooch try to at least slow his fall? Remus demanded. Harry merely shrugged. He hadn't been watching her, so he had no idea. Good riddance, I say, Sirius grumbled to the broom still carelessly floating away. They all released a breath of relief at Madame Hooch's deduction of the injury. Madame Pomfrey could fix that up in seconds, and it really could have been worse. All four adults were pursing their lips the moment the kids were left alone, while Neville was attended to, though, knowing full well that something was likely to happen with this group being left unattended. How is that funny? Lily snapped in disgust. James was frowning severely as well. There really was no way that could have been funny to anyone. Sweet kid, Remus said, smiling for this parvati. They didn't even know if her and Neville were friends, but it was like Gryffindors in general to stand up for each other. You don't have to have a crush on a boy to defend them, Lily growled at such a stupid comeback she'd had to hear far too frequently in her youth. That little prat, Lily snapped in disgust. First, Malfoy insulted the boy, who had done nothing to him as far as she knew. Now he took something that didn't even belong to him. And for what? Just to rub it in that he had. I'm going to have to agree with you on that one, Sirius grumbled. James, while as angry as the others, wasn't all that concerned. He was confident his son would stand up for his dorm mate. "Atta boy, Harry," all three boys said with glee. Harry smiled round at them all. All four looked rather concerned for their own boy the moment Malfoy took to the air, though. Harry had one of two options now, to back down and look foolish, or attempt to get the Remembrall back on a broom he had no idea how to use. It was a no-win situation either way for him, and they only hoped a teacher would come along soon. "No," Lily shouted loudly the moment Harry did the stupidest available option. "Harry, you could fall off and break much more than your wrist." Harry gave her a caring smile, still not quite used to the fact that anybody cared if he was injured at all, but then gently reminded her that this had already happened, and he was sitting here fine now. The other boys still looked just as concerned, and rather annoyed that something as important as Harry's first flying lesson had been ruined like this, and James quickly read on. "Oh, I doubt she'd punish everyone out there. Just the two on the brooms," Remus said fairly to Hermione's worry. "Amazing," James and Sirius said with high pride, genuine surprise this time at how easily Harry took to instincts on a broom. Despite the situation he'd had to learn it in, they couldn't think of many more things that would please them more than hearing Harry was a natural on a broom. Both boys looked like they wanted to do more than whoop with joy as Harry called out Malfoy on his lack of backup, but James was too eager to read then to act on it. While Lily and Remus felt a high sense of pride at Harry's actions, still some residual fear that Harry could get in trouble lingered more than anything. Harry himself just felt euphoric at the memories of his first flying lesson, though he couldn't help but think there was going to be more to this story. "Malfoy would be sulking," Sirius said with glee. "Thought you was a muggle who had no idea what he was doing. Proved him wrong, though." Lily was worrying her lip to blood. Oh, she really hoped Harry wouldn't be too badly injured when he slammed face first into the ground trying to catch that thing. A broken nose was the worst she could deal with right now. The other three were simply curious how close Harry would get to catching it, having faith that any of the teachers there could deal with minor injuries, which was all Harry should get from this. "He caught it," they all yelped in shock, turning wide-eyed to Harry. Harry was just grinning to himself, but Lily was still worried sick, so he'd caught it a foot from the ground. That meant he still had to pull up in time to avoid injuries, and it would be remarkable for him to have those kinds of reflexes without any practice. "Yes," the shout rang out from all of them when Harry pulled off the near impossible. "Oh, you'll be a shoo-in next year for Quidditch," all three boys added. "That's what you're concerned with," Lily said, still a little bug-eyed. "I'm just happy he wasn't hurt." "Oh, he would never have been hurt too bad from that stunt," Remus brushed off. "I was a bit concerned he might get in trouble, but I guess—" "Not so fast, Remus," James said, frowning down at the book before reading aloud. "Oh," all three groaned. Harry was sure to get a detention for this now McGonagall had arrived. Lily felt like it was justly deserved. Hopefully now in the future he might listen to the rules, even if Harry's actions now were well-intended. Harry was now rubbing his temple in frustration again. There was something important about Professor McGonagall showing up. He didn't really think it was detention either, but what? So he asked his father to go on. "Really now?" Sirius snickered. "What Harry did is the worst she's seen in Hogwarts. Has she really forgotten us so easily?" Remus had his lips pursed, trying not to burst out laughing at the genuinely offended look on his friend's face. Harry couldn't muster up much of a reaction, as he was just left wondering why Sirius had gotten the wrong impression from that statement. "Broken neck, or worse. Exactly what I was thinking," Lily muttered furiously. All four of them frowned at Parvati, and Ron being cut off like that. It wasn't like McGonagall to not hear all sides of the story. Perhaps she was taking Harry to her office to get the full story without an audience. That wasn't out of the norm. The three boys cracked up laughing at Harry's first idea of punishment being expulsions. Even Lily giggled a bit. At Harry's confused look, she managed to explain. "Harry, dear, if these four never got expelled for everything they were caught doing, let alone the things that couldn't be proven that they did, a little thing like this is not going to get you expelled." Harry was looking around at the others, smiling, and said, "I'd really like to hear all of your years at Hogwarts. You seem to have gotten up to a lot." You've no idea, Remus said wisely. We've only scratched the surface, Sirius agreed. The humour was dried up and replaced with disgust at the notion of going back to the Dursleys, more than thankful this wouldn't be an issue, hopefully ever again. Definitely not a big enough offence to be sent to Dumbledore's office. James said knowledgeably. Yeah, it took us blowing up a school corridor for that to happen to us, Sirius agreed. Harry blinked spastically for a moment, but James was already moving on. I wouldn't blame you for wanting that job of being Hagrid's gamekeeper assistant, Remus agreed. I doubt that's going to be necessary. Bit melodramatic much, Lily said in amusement. Harry's offence wasn't nearly as bad as all of his imagination was playing out. It broke James' heart that he'd rather be Hagrid's assistant than live at home, but kept going. What? They all asked in confusion, none with a clue why McGonagall would go to Flitwick at a time like this, let alone ask for wood. I have no idea what that's about, Remus said, when the two boys looked at him like he had an answer. Harry was rubbing his temple in agitation again. Wood. Was that a name? He felt like that was a name, but who? Or perhaps a cane, as some form of punishment that seemed more like what his background had taught him. All four adults turned sharply to Harry at the mention of caning, but he threw his hands up and said quickly this time, "The school used it as punishment once or twice. It's legal so long as they have parent consent," which they did. They were all still frowning, but since it was a teacher that had delivered the punishment, which they still disapproved of, at least it wasn't as bad. The teacher would at least be expected to do it with restraint. James dearly wanted to ask what he had been caned for, but he decided if Harry didn't offer the information, it would just make him angrier when he found out. Oh, they all said, even more confused than before when it turned out to be a fellow student, but it was better than caning. Wow, she didn't even take you to her own office, James said in surprise at the comment of stepping into the nearest classroom. Should I be worried you know that right off the bat? Lily asked. All three said at the same time. Besides, Remus continued, if there's one place in the castle Peeves has never entered, it's the professor's office. He does have some boundaries. See, Sirius seconded his friend, maybe not much, but he does show a glimmer of respect to the teachers. If cursing is a glimmer of respect to you, I'd hate to see you on a bad day, Lily grumbled. What? All five of them said. James and Sirius looked like they were going to faint at the news McGonagall delivered. Lily reached over and snatched the book away from him to read that one for herself. No way would McGonagall reward a student for breaking the rules, especially in this manner. Harry and Remus both sat there, looking like stunned fish. A seeker, Sirius said, coming out of his shock first. They let a first-year join the team as a seeker. Well, he's got the right build, James agreed, giving himself a small shake and eyeing his son. He was even slighter than himself, honestly. Really? Lily demanded, that's your response. What would you have them do? Remus asked her, be upset. No, I think this is their proudest moment yet. Lily looked round at all three boys, then turned on Harry and said, please tell me this isn't for real. Harry had gotten over his stunned feeling and was now grinning as widely as the others and responded, oh, this is real, Mum. I'm positive of that. Grunting and shoving the book away from her as if suddenly deceased, James took it back all too eagerly and read on, happier than he'd been since they started this book. Don't, Remus snapped at his friend the moment the word Sirius was used in the book. I want to hear this. Sirius, amazingly, shut his mouth and nodded eagerly. This is the opposite of being expelled. Remus laughed in delight at Harry's confusion of the situation. I'm guessing they didn't have a seeker for the team then, James said, going bug-eyed at this realization of Wood's immediate agreement to this. No, Wood told me later that night that their previous seeker, Charlie Weasley in fact, had graduated, and they'd have to hold trials that weekend. Apparently looking for a new position is awful, though. I hear that, Sirius agreed. He hated the trails. We gathered the part that he's Quidditch captain all on our own, Lily muttered snidely, still not happy about this. Yes, James and Sirius cheered at further good news. Well, of course, Harry would have to use something other than those school brooms, which meant that Harry got to bend yet another rule around. This is completely ridiculous, Lily seethed. I swear if Harry's head swells to your size, James. Really now, Lily, he's sitting right there, Sirius cut in. Her eyes swiveled to her son, who was looking rather anxious that his mum was so upset, so she sucked in a deep breath and said, I'm sorry, Harry. I've just lived 7 years of my life watching this lot get away with breaking school rules, and I don't want you to think that it's okay." Harry pursed his lips and said slowly, "Well, since I can't exactly say whether or not I have, can you just trust me when I say it didn't go to my head if I did?" Of this he was positive, since even now he cringed at the idea of any more attention than he was getting even now. Lily nodded and told him that, yes, she would believe him with that. Crisis averted, James still eagerly read on. All four Quidditch boys winced at the idea of being flattened so thoroughly by another team like McGonagall was describing. Lily still couldn't help but gnash her teeth as she pointed out, "No one even asked you if you wanted the position. She just said you've got the gig, then says she's going to punish you if you aren't training." "Lily," Remus sighed at her. I'm positive if Harry had declined wanting to join the team, she still may have let the whole thing go, she was so impressed. Lily muttered something else under her breath that James chose to ignore. "I know you used to be a Quidditch player now," Harry said, beaming at his dad, "but it was quite a shock to hear then. What position did you play anyways?" "Chaser," he said with pride. "Did you play Remus?" Harry asked him. He seemed interested in the game, but he didn't seem as obsessed as his two friends. He didn't need to ask his mum, she had made her opinions clear. "No," he admitted, "but I did start commentating the game starting my 5th year, so I will admit I got quite into it." "He's being modest," Sirius chuckled. "Remus got quite the vocabulary during the games." "Just keep reading," he said, blushing slightly. "No, McGonagall wasn't joking." James said, frowning at the text, "I was captain for 2 years. That's no joke." "I'm sure he doesn't mean you," Lily said. "Just keep going." "See," Lily said patiently when it was explained that was Ron's exclamation. "Oh, yeah." Remus nodded to the crazy idea of a first year making the team, the youngest in a century. "I remember reading that somewhere. Another first year made it onto the team. He was a Hufflepuff, I think, and he did something on his school broom." He trailed off from there, still puzzling out the details. James said with real curiosity, "I'm sure you read it somewhere, so let us know when you remember." Now all four adults cracked up at the idea of Harry's seeker status being anything remotely hidden from the school. Keep a secret. At Hogwarts, the only secret that they knew for a fact had been kept was Remus, and even then rumors abound had floated around him. "Sweet," Sirius grinned at the idea of the red-headed twins also being beaters. "These two just get better and better." Lily kept it to herself that she had been thinking about bringing Harry around to the Weasleys soon. She didn't want James or Sirius coming and encouraging what was obviously mischievous behavior. "I thought Charlie only left the year before," Remus asked. "Why would they phrase it as if they hadn't won the cup multiple years in a row with him gone?" "He did," Harry explained. "I asked about that later. They didn't win the last year Charlie was there, but his 6th year. That's what they meant." "Oh," the three boys said indulgently. They sincerely doubted this new secret passage they'd supposedly discovered was new to them. The moment they explained they'd in fact found the secret passage behind Gregory, the smarmy in their first week had all three chuckling. Oh, these twins were perfect substitutes for the marauders. "Come to gloat over a failed victory," James grumbled to himself, the second that pompous little Malfoy showed up again with those other two idiots. "That's right, pup," Sirius cheered. "Don't you take his crap." Lily was pursing her lips with distaste, while the other three were just curious at Harry's response to a wizard's duel. "Ron," Lily balked in annoyance. "What if Harry had wanted to say no?" "Oh, I didn't," Harry said. "I was actually very pleased he'd stepped in." Then he hesitated and asked, "What's a second?" All three boys looked like they were going to crack up laughing at any moment, but Remus said, "It's your backup person in case one of you die." At Harry's bug-eyed look, Sirius really did lose it and started rolling around laughing, causing the baby in his arms to giggle up a storm as well. James was quick to say at Harry's startled look, "Oh, don't worry, you lot probably don't even know any defensive spells at this point. It's more a matter of honor that you show up, and honestly you'll probably just start punching each other." "You approve of this?" Lily snapped at him. "Sure," he said with a shrug. If Harry had said no, he'd look weak. At least this way, Harry will be able to build a bit of character. "Character, my arse," Lily snarled. "He just got away with breaking one rule. Now he's going to sneak around the castle at night. He probably thinks he can get away with that as well." "Mum," Harry said in exasperation, "I promise I'm not going to go around and start breaking every rule there." He was too afraid of being expelled and sent back to the Dursleys honestly. Dad's right. Malfoy had it coming to him, and this was a way for me to show him up. By the end of this, he was frowning and rubbing his temple again. There was something important about this night. Something about a dog. But what? Fang, perhaps. Lily still didn't look particularly pleased, but Harry just sighed and asked his father to go on. True that, Sirius agreed, a little reluctantly, that Malfoy was right about the trophy room being a good meet-up place. Liking your friend more and more, Sirius chuckled, having given James advice on more than one occasion similar to just punching someone in the face rather than spell work when the mood struck. Remus was chuckling a bit at Ron's exclamation about eating in peace. He did have a point. Who got interrupted 3 times in one meal. The answer to eating in peace in that castle is no, by the way, James told Harry. Bet you could help overhearing, Sirius muttered. He hated nosy know-it-alls, having dealt with a few of those himself, and Hermione appearing again at this moment was not encouraging. Sirius blinked at unintentionally saying the same thing through Ron, and James and Remus busted out laughing at this parallel. Lily was smiling to herself, privately agreeing with this girl about her boy getting caught and losing points, but as all 4 boys in the room were grumbling about her, she decided to keep quiet. Well, they've got a point, James agreed with the pair of boys, saying it was none of her business. What? All 4 adults said to the mention of Neville not being back from the hospital wing. Did Madame Pomfrey leave the school? Remus asked with real concern. Any decent medical wizard should have been able to fix a break, Lily said, worrying her lip. He shouldn't have been gone this long. James and Sirius were both exchanging worried looks as well. Hoping that Harry would find out why, James quickly read on. At least you acknowledge you're breaking school rules, Lily thought with approval at Harry's slight apprehension about breaking more in just one day after just having got away with one. Good, all 3 boys agreed. At Lily's still sever face, Remus said. Since they're going, they might as well get there early and have the advantage. She rolled her eyes at this while James and Sirius were privately laughing in agreement. Who's that in the common room? Sirius asked in concern, remembering at once Percy the prefect. You're not going to like the answer, Harry muttered to himself, still rubbing his temple a bit. He really should remember something about this night. You're right, Harry, James said. We don't like the answer. All 3 boys were frowning. This girl was reminding them more of Severus than Malfoy was. Malfoy may be a bully and an obvious git, but he was harmless so far. This Hermione, on the other hand, was very clearly nosy, and for a group that had some very private secrets, nosy was the worst trait you could have. It was one of the reasons they had hated Snape so much. He was always trying to poke into their business. Harry was still feeling rather defensive of this girl. Yes, right now she seemed awful, but he really thought that there had been something. A recognition in her name that meant the same thing to him as Ron's name. Friend. Had he been wrong? It seemed that way. He would just have to wait, it seemed. Thank Merlin she didn't tell Percy, James muttered, or this would have been even more of an offense. Too bad you couldn't turn her into an angry goose, Sirius grumbled. And now she's bragging to boot about what a good littler girl she is, Remus said in disbelief. Now that's sweet justice, James cackled the moment the fat lady was described gone, unable to count the times this had happened to them. Now she'll be caught out as well. Oh, Sirius deflated when Hermione didn't do as expected, hadn't thought she'd follow them. Really, she's never gone too long. It would have been better if she just stayed behind, Remus agreed. Through all of this, Lily did agree to an extent that this girl was being just a bit overbearing. Yet, she still felt Hermione had the right intentions, and she most likely would have done the same thing given the chance. Not to the marauders, she would have let them get in trouble without batting an eye, but to a lonely first year, sure. James balked at such blatant pig-headedness from Hermione, actually thinking his son would back up a pretentious girl, getting himself into more trouble. Sirius actually put his face in his hands in disgust. Who? The 3 boys said sharply. Despite their blasé nature about this little act, they still didn't want Harry to get caught, and hearing a snuffling noise was bound to lead to that. Mrs. Norris doesn't snuffle, Sirius said in surprise to Ron's guess. She sneaks up on people. But then again, he couldn't think of who did snuffle. Is Neville all right? Lily asked with high-pitched concern. What on earth was he doing out there in the middle of the night? James read on quickly for an answer, and was relieved it turned out he'd just been sleeping out there. Was he really so tired he couldn't make it back? Remus asked, part concerned, part amused. He'd fallen asleep in some pretty random places around the castle too. Oh, all four said in surprise, but at least forgetting the password cleared things up, and they knew he wasn't in trouble. All four adults smiled at this. Harry was such a sweet kid asking about his arm. Then, why didn't he go to dinner if Pomfrey mended it in seconds? He'd have just gone to the common room with everyone else. Lily asked. Remus snorted in amusement and told her she may have fixed it in a minute, but Madame Pomfrey is the biggest worry-wart at that school. She would have kept him there for at least 2 hours, checking him all over and making sure he didn't have any side effects like shock. I could go on. I'm sure you could, considering you practically lived in that wing once a month, Sirius muttered. What's the curse of the bat boogies? Remus at once asked curiously. Before Sirius could start speculating, James read out the rest about Hermione not having the chance to use it on them, and they all pouted with disappointment at being denied a new curse. Lily just looked at them in disbelief. They'd wanted to see that used on Harry, and would have happily demonstrated the idea playing in her own head on them for it if Harry wasn't laughing so hard at their expressions. Up, Lily asked. Gryffindor Towers on the top floor. What on earth were you coming up from to get to the trophy room? We found a secret passage and wound up on the 5th floor, Harry told her distractedly. There was something about going to the trophy room that was really bugging his mind, like he should be angry about his visit. Perhaps Malfoy insults him more than duels him. That a boy, James said with pride. Still grinning like a fool his son was so prepared for this duel, he pulled his wand out before it even started. Oh, I hope Malfoy just chickened out, Sirius snorted. That's teasing material for the rest of his life. Why that little, Lily began before cutting herself off and hissing under her breath about such a little Slytherin scum putting Filch on them rather than arriving himself. The boys couldn't decide what they were more shocked at. This utter display of an underhanded deed, or Lily cursing him out for it. They were quick to get over their shock, though, and added several other words in agreement. Harry was looking around at all of them, mostly his mum in confusion. I don't get it. You said you didn't want me out at night. Why would Malfoy doing this bother you? True, he was as mad as them, but he never would have expected this. It's the principle of the matter, Lily sniffed. If you're going to break the rules, fine, but at least have the courage to face them. That was the most cowardice thing I'd ever seen. James was now smiling to himself, realizing this was one of the many reasons she had ended up in Gryffindor. Sirius verbally agreed with Lily, adding on, yeah, even Snape would never amount to this. At least that git would show up. Remus was shaking his head in disgust and said, honestly, I half expected him to show up with both friends to try and outnumber you, but never this. Still disgusted, James quickly read on, hoping Harry would have the sense to hide and sneak away. Then again, with Mrs. Norris there, that would be even more difficult. Anyone would hide from Filch's ugly mug, Sirius huffed. Oh no, all 5 of them said, wanting dearly to strangle the pair of kids falling into armor at a time like this. But James read on quickly before anyone could say this. Oh, I'm sure yelling at them to run helped, Remus muttered. Very clever, hiding place, charms corridor, James breathed. Accidental, I'm sure, but still good use of the secret corridors all the same. Let's just hope Filch didn't manage to follow them, Sirius agreed. Lily had her lips pursed, unwilling to admit that she was very pleased indeed her son had gotten away with this. Is this really the time for I told you so's? Remus demanded of Hermione. Yes, I gathered for myself Malfoy tricked us, Harry grumbled to himself, not really liking this pointed out to him now any more than the I told you so. Good idea, all 3 boys agreed. Hermione didn't need Harry's validation to be told she was right to continue doing it, so why encourage her? Oh no, not Peeves, Lily groaned, unable to stop herself this time. So you really don't want them to get caught? Sirius asked slyly. Certainly not in this manner, she told him, going a bit red in the face. Well, they still might not, James said bracingly. It all depends how you handle Peeves. No, Sirius was the one to groan this time. That poltergeist will forever do the opposite of what you ask of him. You could have said any number of things other than don't tell. Well, I didn't know that, Harry defended himself, still not feeling right. Could it be Filch caught up to them, and they were still going to get in trouble? No, this felt like something worse, but what? Peeves still might not turn them in, Remus said slowly. He'll get bored if you just go along and say, oh, we don't care if we're caught, and stuff like that. This is Harry's first encounter with him, though, James said as he considered it. Let's see if he thought to do that. No. All three of them groaned at once for Ron actually taking a swipe at him. Oh, now they were in for it. This time Lily really did face palm at Peeves, shouting at the top of his lungs, where these kids were for all the castle to hear. She was far more concerned with them not getting caught to comment on how that was a bit melodramatic of Ron exclaiming how done for they were. Oh, thank Merlin, James sighed in relief. Hermione knew such a spell as Alohomora at a time like this. Peeves isn't going to tell, Remus explained at Harry's, and Lily's confused looks to Peeves delaying Filch by enforcing him to say please. Why on earth not? Lily demanded, not willing to admit how relieved she felt. Cause he hates Filch more than anyone else in that school, Sirius said, so he can't pass up the chance to mess with him. Though he may have told another teacher, maybe even Filch if he'd come up and said something besides quick, Remus agreed. Forever love that poltergeist, Sirius laughed. Don't tell me you walked into a teacher's midnight grading, Remus groaned. That really would be too much. But it was hard to imagine what else would be a living nightmare at a time like this. What? All four of them yelped in shock. Okay that they hadn't seen them winding up in the forbidden corridor coming. The longer James went on to describe a monster of a three-headed dog, the paler the whole room got. This was very clearly not one of Hagrid's animals like Fang, an overgrown puppy. No, this was a real beast, something that would surely eat their little Harry if he didn't get out of there now. Run! Sirius yelled so loudly, he startled the baby. Remus got up and moved to sit beside Sirius, making goofy faces at the kid to calm themselves both down, while Sirius bounced him up and down. James and Lily shrunk in a little closer to their Harry, taking what little comfort they could that he was alive, and with all four limbs between them. Cerberus, Remus muttered, unable to stop himself. He even kept mentally listing facts about the mythical beast, until James managed to continue with a shaking breath. Such was the fear in the room. After all, just because Harry was okay didn't mean his friends were, and they had no guarantee that their boy didn't just witness a death at age 11. No one could muster up a comment to the honestly laughable comparison of being caught or eaten alive. James kept reading in a hurried tone, even if Harry wasn't paying attention to which way he was running, wanting them all to get back to the magically protected common room before he could relax again. Sirius let out a bark like laughter. Unable to contain his relief any longer, at their startled looks he explained. Oh, just surprised the fat lady would still bother asking why they were out, after the many times all the students have done the same. James shook his head, but began relaxing a bit. If that monster had somehow managed to chase them, it would have caught up to them by now, he was sure. Now he just wanted a head count. Remus grimaced with sympathy, yet he could understand the idea of Neville's fear and never wanting to speak again after witnessing something like that. While the other two seemed more relaxed now, still on edge at such a near-death threat, but more at ease, Lily and James weren't. It hadn't yet mentioned Hermione. Had she somehow been left back there? Had the dog gotten her? Despite her attitude, they did not want to hear that she hadn't made it back. Oh, thank goodness. Both parents breathed the second she was mentioned, no matter her mood. The other three gave them odd looks, but Lily then surprised them by rounding on Harry and saying, "Swear to me right now you never went near that thing again." Harry went bug-eyed at this, backpedaling away from her more in fear that he couldn't answer her than anything. James clapped a hand on Harry's shoulder in reassurance before giving Lily the stank eye. Really, love, I know you're as worried as the rest of us, but you know he can't do that. Lily deflated at once and apologized, Harry accepting it instantly. Remus was now frowning a bit, rubbing his jaw as he truly thought that over. Ron has a point, though. What on earth was Dumbledore thinking, keeping such a thing in the castle? Oh no, Sirius said, going as white as before. Oh, Merlin, no. What? The four said in real fear. He looked about ready to pass out. Think about it, he said in a whisper. After all, he'd been calm the longest, so he'd had the most time to actually think on this. Why would the dog be there? I was wondering that too, and the only thing I can think of is, what's new this year? Remember that grubby little package Dumbledore had Hagrid pick up? Well, did Hagrid ever say who it was going to be delivered to? You're not suggesting, Remus began, feeling a little sick himself. Oh, you can't be, James blurted, looking from the book to his friend and back again as if wishing someone had lied to him. Dumbledore would never put the students in danger like that, Lily began weakly. Got any other ideas? He demanded of the room. No one was noticing that Harry was going very pale himself, though for a different reason. No, he had promised he wouldn't continue digging into his memories, but oh how they were trying to force their way to the surface now. Sirius was right. His gut told him that, and he would just have to ignore the onslaught that was trying to shove its way forward for now. The other four were still sitting there in stunned disbelief, so Harry said quietly, I'm sure there's gotta be some reason for the dog being there. How about we just keep going, and if the dog's still there next year, then we can be more worried, yeah. Next year, Lily said faintly. I never want you going on to the third floor again, let alone in the next year to check on that thing. Harry kept quiet in fear that his gut would blurt out that he was going to see that dog again, maybe even sooner than that. James kept going just slightly bemused now, far more caught up on the mystery of this now, that all the kids were safe, and quite agreed with Hermione's assessment of that dog guarding something. No, Remus groaned, placing his face in his hands and shaking it. No, 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 no. Sirius reached over and put his hand on his friend's shoulder. It's all right, Moony. I'm sure Harry will be fine. Oh, it's not that, he said without looking up. I know for a fact Harry's just fine. No, I just can't believe you caught on to something before I did. At this, all tension finally left the room as the family on the couch burst out laughing at Sirius' face. Run that by me again, Lily asked, sure she'd heard wrong about being killed was worse than being expelled. Only after James had reread that sentence did she look to the ceiling in disbelief, while Sirius came out of his shock and said, she really needs to sort out her priorities. Really, expelled is worse than being killed now. How highly does she put her education? I really wish you hadn't just tried to confirm this, James groaned, tossing the book over to Sirius for his turn, rather than looking to Harry and agreeing with his guess of Hagrid's trip to Gringotts having more to do with that package now at the school. Chapter 11, Halloween. Chapter text. After passing the baby to Remus, Sirius began his chapter with high spirits, but before he could start, there was a familiar clattering in the kitchen. Lily got up to go in and check on it, calling out to the others, It's Click, he's back, with Peter's response. She came back in with a bright orange screech owl perched on her shoulder, who was clicking his beak in excitement. As she walked over to the perch over in the corner, she told them, he said he would try and come by tomorrow morning. Here you go, boy, she crooned as she deposited Click from her shoulder next to his water bowl. Hickory came stalking back into the room, bright green eyes watching the bird, dark brown fur on his tail twitching in excitement, but none of the adults seemed to take notice. The two pets chased each other about all the time, but neither had ever harmed. So, has anyone thought how to go about explaining this to him? James asked, waving about the room unnecessarily. Slowly, Lily said, plopping back down beside Harry. We didn't take it very well at first either, so I would suggest keeping those two out of the room at first, Lily said, gesturing first at Harry, then at Sirius. Hey, he yelped, what does that mean? You know exactly what that means, she responded. You are tactless. Sirius huffed and grumbled a bit before reading. Still a slimy git, that Malfoy, James muttered. No, groaned Lily, picking up a pillow and burying her face in it. Oh, there it was. Instead of backing off when coming face to face with danger, her son just wanted to keep going. The four boys, though, were quite pleased, the three adults unable to deny that they certainly wanted Harry to go have some more fun, though preferably away from that dog. Most likely both dangerous and valuable, Remus said. They're not exactly exclusive. Harry and Remus shared an amused smile as they said much the same thing, Sirius deciding against making a crack about repeating commentary. Can hardly blame you for being glad of not having her around, Sirius agreed. Remus may have been a bit of a know-it-all in school, but he was never boastful about it like Hermione clearly was. What's this wonderful opportunity for payback, then? Remus asked, starting to lean around Sirius to read for himself. Budge off, Sirius snapped, pulling the book closer to his chest, or I'll put you back in that armchair. Remus raised a challenging brow at him, unable to hide his disbelieving smile at such a threat, but allowed Sirius to keep going for now. His broom, all three boys said with confidence. Well, that was the most blatantly rude thing they could have done, Lily sniffed. At Harry's confused look, she explained, "Really, it probably would have been easier for Professor McGonagall to get it personally and then take it up to your dormitory later. Giving it to you in the middle of the Great Hall that was like rubbing it in that you got to break the rules." "Calm down, Lily," James scoffed. "You're reading way too much into this. So what? As soon as the school saw Harry on the pitch, they would have known he'd be the new Seeker, which is a huge deal. Getting a broom isn't really that big a deal in comparison." Lily still disagreed, but as she couldn't do anything about it now, she let it go. "Okay, that was too little too late." Remus agreed with the absurd bit in the note about him not opening it at the table. "Where did the broom come from, though?" Harry suddenly asked. "There's a budget for every team," James said. "It pays for the uniforms, any broken equipment, etc. Now a broom, especially one like that, would have maxed out the expenses for the year, but it would have been worth it. The Nimbus line always has been the best." He finished with envy at Ron's statement. He currently had the Nimbus 80 and could only imagine what nearly 11 years from now would do to the line. "Malfoy wouldn't dare." Sirius gritted his teeth. "No way is he stupid enough to try and take Harry's broom." "I'm sure he won't." Remus tried to soothe him. "Not right under all of those teachers' noses." "Well, he hasn't shown much intelligence yet," James laughed. He continued by giving a slow, sarcastic laugh at Malfoy's brilliant deduction of Harry's gift, but his pleased smile lingered as he shoved it back at his son. Sirius shrugged to Ron's assessment of other models. Having a Comet 240 now, it did him pretty well. "Flitwick saying that'll put a twist in his knickers," James snickered. All four boys cracked up laughing at Harry's deceleration of thanking Malfoy in a roundabout way for the gift. Remus recovered first. Still rubbing his ribs, he said, "I'll give you that one, Harry. It's true what they say, you are your own worst enemy." Harry was still grinning and nodded along with him, while James grimaced slightly, knowing full well that was true. Lily sighed, unable to begrudge this girl for thinking Harry had been given a reward for breaking rules, since she had been thinking the same thing. "This one really needs to go hang out with her own friends," Sirius sniffed, as she just kept pestering his pup and friend. Lily blinked spastically for a moment, suddenly realizing that it hadn't mentioned Hermione hanging out with anyone. Had she really not been able to make friends? She hoped the poor thing had. "That's exactly why first years aren't allowed on the team," Lily sighed. "They're still too easily distracted. He should be paying more attention to his lessons." "Still not a valid excuse," Sirius argued back, "since every Quidditch player gets distracted around the time of the game, all the way up to 7th year. Wish I really could see such a new model," James groaned when it was finally given more detail out of the wrappings. "Wipe the drool from your mouth. You're looking more like your son by the minute," Remus snickered, while wiping a bit of drool from the baby in his lap. "What on earth?" James began, clearly confused by this comparison of golden posts and bubble wands. "They're exactly like Harry said, golden poles, but much smaller," Lily explained patiently. James still didn't get it. How could you blow bubbles out of a metal pole? But he wanted to hear about Harry learning some real hands-on Quidditch to sit around and think about it. Now everyone in the room was smiling. Even Lily wasn't holding much of a grudge anymore. She couldn't deny that she was happy Harry had finally found something that made him truly happy. James was grinning widely. Boy, he missed playing on his house team, and even just hearing of Harry Zoom along the pitch was bringing back the good memories. "Wood's explaining the Quidditch rules the same way you did," Harry told Remus. Remus shrugged, still smiling. "Everyone explains the basics in the same way, I suppose." "I quite like Muggle sports," James laughed to Wood's confusion of basketball, "even if they can be a bit boring after a while. I don't blame Wood for being curious." Lily smiled indulgently at him. James liked Muggle sports much more than he was letting on, since they came on more often than Quidditch matches. He loved getting into them in his spare time. "Uh-oh," Sirius said, still smiling a bit as Harry's turn at practicing the beater's position came up. Lily had her lips pursed with the opposite feeling. If there was one position she didn't want Harry trying, it was the beater, since, as the title implied, they took a lot of the hits during the game to make sure the chasers stayed in the game. "And harder than a rock," Sirius added on, rubbing his head in remembrance of his experiences with bludgers. "Very nice." They all praised Harry's skill of such a hit. Harry seemed able to hold any position on the team if he wanted to. James had a hard time keeping the smile in place as Sirius kept going, giving Wood's promise of a player never having died by a bludger. Almost. Remus and James couldn't help muttering, not appreciating that particular game. At Harry's bug-eyed look while throwing Sirius a really concerned look, Sirius read on quickly, not wanting to give Harry too much of a fright at that story. I think a cracked skull is worse than a broken jaw, James sniffed, when Wood just kept downplaying the injuries one could get. Well, it's perspective, I guess, Sirius laughed. How you can be so blasé about this, I don't know. Lily rolled her eyes. Am I going to get to hear this whole story? Harry finally asked. Perhaps later, after this book is over, Sirius told him. His two friends winced again at that memory. All four of them winced, not even wanting to think of their little Harry in the situation of having his head cracked open by one of those things. Even if he was sitting here, fine now, they never wanted the visual image of another black-haired youth lying, seemingly dead. Sirius and Lily may not have that particular memory of that mental image, but they sure didn't want it, so Sirius quickly read on. The rules of that snitch still seems a bit unfair, though, Lily said, bringing up a very old argument between her and James, but more than happy at the change of subject just as much as Sirius. They should lower that to 50 or something. James shook his head and gave back an old argument. No, in professional games, the chasers are expected to be good enough that they can get at least 200 points like nothing. Since both teams are so evenly matched, you need a ringer like the snitch. Lily just sighed, but then waved Sirius on when it looked like he was about to butt in as well. She was clearly outnumbered in this opinion. That game going on for 3 months didn't happen in our 7 years, Remus said when it looked like Harry was about to ask. I think it happened 2 years before we got there, though, Sirius said with envy, so we did get a second-hand account from the older students. How on earth did classes continue? Lily demanded. They picked the rotations very carefully. It was a nightmare, apparently, Remus laughed. If he doesn't know Muggle sports, how did he get golf balls? Lily asked. They're in the equipment shed. You use them in Seeker tryouts, James said with a shrug. Doesn't mean he has to know where they came from. Not bad practice at all, James agreed with Wood's pride. Harry catching every one of those on his first night was fantastic, much better than what they had done in their tryouts. Losing 3 snitches was the least of his problems that day. Can't blame the bloke for following his dreams, James said, smiling to himself at what Charlie had done. He had been offered to play for England as well, but he just couldn't bring himself to do it, traveling so much like that, when he had just gotten his new wife pregnant. Some things just had to take priority over Quidditch, something his younger self probably would have fainted at less than 5 years ago. Sirius, Lily, and Remus exchanged smiles. Yeah, they had to agree with James on that one. Those smiles instantly vanished with Harry's time skipping. It was no secret that Castle was home to many, but Harry declaring it better than the Dursleys wasn't a fun reminder. They really didn't want to hear about another holiday event from those horrid Dursleys, and if they were doing the math right, it was about time for Halloween. If I have to sit here and read about Dudley eating all this candy in front of you, Sirius began, already having a hatred for this holiday after hearing that it was going to be James and Lily's last day. Harry pursed his lips, hoping that the book really wouldn't mention all the years of this happening. Sighing in defeat and hoping to just get it over with, Sirius read out the excitement of the students, enjoying their lessons more now that basics were gone and past. All 5 released a breath, thankful it had glossed over Harry's previous experience with the holiday, though the 4 adults knew the castle wouldn't. The teachers loved dressing up Hogwarts for events. Still, hearing about the feast would be better than hearing about his preschool years. Why? Remus asked. He couldn't figure out a reason Harry would be avoiding Neville. I'm sure Neville was going to ask Harry if he'd gone to any of the teachers about that dog, Lily said. No, I mean, why would you avoid that, Harry? He elaborated. Oh, Harry said. Well, Mum's right. Neville had been trying to catch my eye for a while, and I thought it was because he was going to ask about the dog, and I didn't want to talk about it in class. You know, since it was right next to where it happened. James snickered a bit at that, saying, Oh, Harry, Charm's class is about one of the safest classes to have a conversation, since everyone gets really loud and distracted in that class. Good to know, he said, smiling a bit, and not pointing out that he couldn't very well use the information now. Hopefully Ron being paired with Hermione during charms won't change the fact she hasn't spoken to you in a fortnight, Sirius grumbled. Liar, James laughed to Flitwick's little story of Baruffio. How do you know? Remus asked. I tried it once and it didn't work, he said, sharing a wicked look with Sirius. Lily sighed, rubbing at her own temple now. Why am I not surprised? All five of them cracked up at Seamus resorting to setting the feather on fire, while James managed to ask, did it make it easier? No, Harry laughed, but it made us feel better. I don't think waving your arm in all directions will help, Lily said sadly, but with sympathy. I don't think Hermione correcting him so harshly will help either, Remus agreed, but with more humor for the situation. He did have more experience with helping his friends out, and correcting them like that usually didn't have very good results. And Ron snapping at her to prove her point won't do any good at all, Sirius laughed. If there's one thing we've established about this girl, it's that she's mastered her charms pretty well. Harry was now frowning again, thinking, wasn't there something important about this spell? And Halloween? Why did those two things together mean something to him? Shaking his head, he let Sirius go on. Lily frowned, saying, was the comment about not having friends really necessary? That was a bit harsh. The boy just got showed up by a girl who's been pestering them since the train, Sirius defended. I don't blame him. Oh, Sirius winced when the tear-struck child ran past. Okay, he wouldn't have wanted the girl to hear that. Poor thing, James and Remus agreed, none of them really wanting to hear about a first year reduced to tears. And that's why you shouldn't walk around saying whatever you feel like, Lily said, hoping Ron would apologize, or at the least she would meet someone who would make the poor girl feel better. She obviously needed a friend. Okay. Sirius threw his hands up in surrender as Lily's glare intensified the more Ron dug his hole about the girl, realizing her own lack of friends. So I take it back, but what good is it going to do us now? Sighing, she admitted it was pointless to badger him about this now. Now all five of them were looking distinctly uncomfortable if she was missing classes and hiding out in a bathroom. She obviously wasn't as bad as 11-year-old Harry had painted her. Lily was just hoping someone would go and help the poor girl before this chapter was up. Typical, she sighed as something as trivial as decorations made them forget about the crying girl, while Sirius read on eagerly now, wanting to put the sad kid out of his mind as well. It's not like he, or Harry, could do anything about it if she was locked up in the girl's bathroom. Their delusion of peace in the school was shattered when Quirrell told of the troll, though. What? All four adults screeched in real fear. While the two boys on the other couch quickly settled the baby down again. Really, they might have to move him to another room if this was going to be a constant thing. Lily clutched her chest in fear while James demanded. The defense against the dark arts teacher not only ran in front of all the students at the school to announce this, but fainted. What the bloody hell happened to the teacher's standards at school? He was pretty red in the face by the time he was done. Dumbledore's there, Remus said at once, trying to reassure the others and himself as well. And he said in the dungeons, I'm positive the teachers will get this under control. Yes, but how did it get in? Lily demanded, trying to control her own shaking fear. She was trying to comfort herself, saying that Harry would be moved to the 7th floor, as far away from that troll as possible, but it didn't stop the worry she had for the rest of the student body. Something like a troll couldn't have just wandered into the grounds. It has to be let in. Harry leaned over and wrapped a comforting arm around his mum, avoiding eye contact with all of the adults, especially Sirius, who had been trying to catch his eye this whole time. It seemed Sirius had either thought of what Harry had or guessed where his thoughts had landed. Hermione. She didn't know about the troll, and both boys knew very well that he, Harry, would take it upon himself to go and tell her. If out of guilt or some other moral reason wasn't the point, still feeling as on edge as everyone else, Sirius decided the fastest way to get an answer was to read. Peeves would never do this as a joke, the three boys said at once. They all knew that Peeves was many things, but he would never actually put these students in real danger. Those Hufflepuffs are confused indeed, James frowned. What are they doing up there? I know they're common rooms down in the, oh, never mind. Lily and Remus were both smiling at him as he figured out that anything below the first level was off to students, so most likely the prefects were leading them towards the library, or perhaps the astronomy tower. Merlin, no, the other Lily groaned when realization struck her boy about a certain missing student in his house. She feared for Hermione, of course, but for Harry to chose now to remember her. "Harry, I'm begging you. Please tell me you don't break off and go get her," Lily pleaded. Harry chose to say nothing, quite a common response from him when the answer was yes. The boys weren't too worried. They hated Harry breaking off like that, but couldn't fault the boy for wanting to go help her. Besides, the troll was on the lower floors. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. Remus' only question was, "You think she went to the girls' bathroom on the third floor, by the charms room, or ran off to another one?" "My guess, the one on the third floor," James sighed. "After all, if a girl's going to run off crying, she's going to the closest place." Lily still didn't look too happy, saying, "I wish you would have at least told Percy." Harry just kept quiet, trying very hard not to fidget as an answer, since his gut was telling him that he did the opposite of this. Going even more quickly now, Sirius read all in a rush about Ron agreeing to sneak away so long as Percy didn't know. Lily sighed and rubbed her temple in frustration, sure that if it had been a prefect other than Ron's older brother, this could have gone a little easier. The three boys were just kind of impressed with the duo at this point. They were risking getting into serious trouble just to help out a girl they didn't even like. They now had no doubts that this Ron was as loyal a friend as could be, which meant he surely was looking for their Harry in his own time. "Makes sense Percy would come looking for them," Lily agreed, still shifting awkwardly in the tense silence as Harry took off, but almost immediately ducked down to hide again. He probably was doing a head count and noticed his kid brother missing. Or maybe even the twins, James agreed. "Snape," all five of them said, most of them in disgust, while Lily in confusion. "Why would he be up there?" she continued cautiously. "Didn't want to see his reflection in the dungeons, I'm sure," Sirius muttered in disgust. "No, I'm with Lily," Remus said slowly. "What possible reason could he have from breaking away with the other teachers right now? Maybe they've already got the problem handled, and he's going to fetch wherever the Slytherins went," James offered. "Think the whole of Slytherin could hide on the third floor," Sirius said in disbelief. They were all trying very hard not to think of what else was on the third floor. All of them had a reason to dislike Snape, but none of them really believed he would use a school crisis to go and check on the dog. Then Lily blinked and said, "No, I think he is checking on the dog." At the look the boys were giving her, mostly for her bright tone, she hurried on. "Think about it. If this is the dark object that it's implied, what if this is a diversion and someone's trying to get to whatever's being guarded at the school? What if Severus is checking to make sure no one's heading towards that corridor?" "Yes, but no one on the school grounds would," James said, still trying to puzzle that out when Remus went pale as a sheet and shuddered. At the concerned looks they were all giving him, he muttered, "Nothing." "Oh, that was something," James said, eyeing his friend in concern. "And I know that look, Remus. What did you just realize?" Not looking any of them in the eye, but instead speaking to the baby in his hands to keep himself relaxed, he said slowly, "Well, if Lily's right, then that means that Snape wouldn't be the only person who's heading for the third floor. Letting a troll in would be the perfect diversion for a dark wizard." But stopped quickly when the book slipped out of Sirius's slack grip, and the two parents looked ready to faint. Giving himself a firm shake, Sirius bent down, and without another word, decided he needed to keep reading now, or his imagination was going to be the death of him. Despite the paralyzing fear they all felt, James was still caught on the last thing he'd been thinking about. Who on the school grounds would allow this to happen? Sure, he hated Snape, but James couldn't believe even he would put the student body at risk like this. Dumbledore trusted him enough to let him teach at the school. That must mean he wasn't the Death Eater they all thought. It didn't mean he had to like him. No, for the time being, he would focus on every word Sirius said, keep closely to his son for reassurance, and have faith in what his wife said about his arch-enemy's motives. What little they'd been clinging to moments ago vanished when Sirius just kept going to describe a smell. "It's meaning worse, you're not serious," Lily said through numb lips. It was a testament to how much this whole situation was scaring them all that Sirius didn't even flinch at his favorite joke. He was too busy looking dumbly down at the book, and the words that meant something he never wanted to think of. Hoping against hope that Snape was just really smelly for some reason, he tried to keep going without stuttering. It didn't last when the troll was described in detail. Remus was mentally calculating how much worse this night could get before he promptly vomited from stress. The other three were still too numb to believe this. A passable dark wizard was running around on the same floor as their little boy, and now the troll had somehow managed to find his way up to that very same floor. Still trying to get through this without slurring his speech from worry, Sirius kept reading, trying to control the fear pitching his tone. Run. All four of them whispered, wanting nothing more than to teleport their right at that moment and stop this horrid night in its tracks. Harry, on the other hand, was feeling something else entirely. Another memory, and a powerful one at that. Something about this troll was very important, and the room it had gone into. Rubbing his temple furiously, he didn't notice the others having a brief conversation on whether their luck was good enough. The troll had stumbled across the three-headed dog, and the two would simply kill each other while the boys made it safely back to the common room. With any luck, they were just being paranoid about a dark wizard creeping about. Or with good luck, the two monsters on this floor would kill said dark wizard. Still looking pale as death, Sirius forced himself to go on, not willing to relax until his little pup was far, far away from this mess. No, all four of them screeched. Attempting to lock that thing in a room was the opposite of helpful. Harry, you should have gotten out of there now, Remus told him like he thought that was the most obvious thing in the world. Harry simply shrugged and gently pointed out, Yes, well, I'd still like to remind you lot I am fine now. This did help them relax, slightly anyways. At least Sirius could read on now without feeling like he was going to pass out. Dumb as it seemed, he had almost forgotten his little Harry was safe and sound right here in this room, but the reminder helped to soothe his nerves. No, it's not a good idea, Lily grumbled in disgust. Great, you did that part without dying, James said almost feverishly. Even him and his friends had never done anything this dangerous. Now get out of there before the troll decides it can break that door down. Not helpful. The opposite of helpful, James. Lily snapped at him, clutching Harry's hand in hers tightly, only growing more constricting by the second at a noise being poorly described. Not the crashing of a door, anything but that Remus begged the universe. Bloody hell, they all whispered. It was possible to get worse, wasn't it? Sirius read on quickly before anyone could interrupt this time. Yeah, it was bad. But the only way they were going to think about relaxing again was to get this over with. Never, in all my years. Lily's words came out a jumbled mess as she pinched the bridge of her nose. Of all the girls' bathrooms in the castle, Sirius agreed. Just keep going, Sirius, James and Remus said together, their nerves getting frayed beyond repair. No one in the room had to question what was going to happen next. Harry and Ron were going to go back in there and try to get Hermione out, possibly getting the two that weren't in this room killed. They didn't think it could get worse than four of them running into a three-headed dog, and they hated to be proved wrong so soon. After a moment's more pause to collect himself, Sirius did indeed keep going. Remarkable, Remus praised Harry's first actions in there, cuddling the baby in his arms. We'll discuss his confidence in the face of danger after he's out of it, Lily snapped. James couldn't help but agree with Lily on this one. Great, perfect, the plan worked, and now it's coming towards you, Sirius grumbled for Harry, before pressing on even faster than before. Only taking the vaguest of comforts at Harry's presence now, it wasn't going to help the nightmares later, he was sure. Lily pursed her lips while all the boys frowned in severe anxiety. They all knew now was not the time to freeze up, but couldn't blame the 11-year-old girl for doing it. Drag her out of there already, James snarled. Things just kept going from bad to worse when Ron in turn couldn't get away. No, 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 they all muttered, having no way to know for sure that Harry's only friend, an innocent kid, would make it out of this alive and safe. Sirius had to blink a few times to get the blurriness out of his vision. He really almost had passed out that time after reading what Harry had decided would pass as a distraction. He did what? James yelped. Something desperate and stupid for sure, Remus mumbled. Lily was looking from the book to her Harry so fast her neck was in danger of snapping, but she couldn't help it. She was waiting for the moment when Harry's look, right now mostly concerned for his friend, would either morph into pain from a blow from a fully grown mountain troll or desperation as he realized his friend really might die. Harry didn't know what was going to happen any more than them, just his gut reliance that things were going to be fine. He tried to say something about it, but since Sirius had managed to keep going, he kept quiet until he was sure. Wand, up the nose. Would catch anyone's attention, I'm sure, Remus said, looking torn whether to laugh or pass out. Just when I thought this couldn't get worse, Lily moaned. Now her son had injured the bloody thing, possibly making it carry a grudge against him. James and Sirius, however, couldn't fault Harry for his actions one bit. Reckless and unthought out, yes, but they both knew without even having to question it that they would have done the same thing under any circumstances. Still ill at ease, Sirius forced himself to keep going. "You are not helping," Lily snapped at Harry for his rather vivid descriptions of hanging onto the back of a troll for dear life, while still clutching his hand all the tighter. Harry was beginning to lose feeling in that hand. Sirius didn't even look up this time. He didn't want to keep being interrupted, but wanted this horrid event to be over. No, not the levitating charm. Remus groaned. He doesn't even know how to do that spell. Again, Sirius and James felt more pride than anger, as Ron, or many other people with far more experience, would have used this opportunity to make a run for it. Lily apologized to Harry when she noticed her nails were starting to draw beads of blood on Harry's hand. But when Harry waved it off, she turned to Sirius and said, "So long as the three of them get out of there, I don't care what he does. Sirius, keep going." Sirius certainly did, his face quickly flipping from impending doom to slack shock at what Ron pulled off. "He did it," Remus breathed. "He fell flat on his face," James said, grinning so hard his face may split. "The troll should be passed out now," Lily breathed, wishing desperately all this noise must have summoned Snape at the least, and not the wizard who had let the troll in. Her little hair bear still might not be out of danger yet. Feeling relief that the immediate danger was hopefully down for the Count, Sirius couldn't help but think along the same lines as Lily, and didn't settle too long on victory before reading. "Sadly, no, it's not dead." Remus answered no one in the room, but still explained anyways. "Trolls' heads are the thickest part of their body. Getting clubbed like that will only have knocked it out." "What he means by that," James said in forced light tones, "is get the bloody hell out of there before something else happens." Lily and Sirius eyed the two of them and decided they must have misjudged. Clearly, the relief hadn't wiped out their original fear. They were just doing a good job of hiding it. "Small price to pay when you think about it. Troll bogies on your wand," Harry said in disgust, then blinked and realized that he didn't have his wand on him now. He'd felt so relaxed in this environment that he hadn't even thought about it. Still, he felt almost naked without it, and knew that he would have to have it back to feel truly safe. Yet everyone in the room still had traces of fear in them, even though he felt perfectly relaxed. The danger was gone, and there was going to be something very good happening at the end of this chapter, so he decided to wait until then to bring it up. Small payback, wiping said bargies onto the owner's shorts. Sirius grumbled with a bit of pleasure. Personally, they all felt like doing far worse to that troll for endangering their boy, when in reality the beast was most likely just going to be relocated back into the mountains. Thank goodness, they all breathed that the very next thing to happen was McGonagall arriving. None of them would breath a word against the punishment they might get for this stunt. Now that McGonagall was there, they knew the kids were safe. "Really though, I want Quirrell fired," James grumbled, irrationally blaming him for not only alerting this problem, but then acting faint around it after what his son had just done. "How about we just make sure the whole instance never happens?" Remus tried to soothe him. "I'd be insulted if McGonagall did award you points." Surprisingly, this came from Sirius. "Really now, that would be rewarding for stupid behavior." "Yes, but they don't know that," James defended his son. "As far as the teachers know, these three just could have been in the wrong place at the wrong time. None of them actually know that Harry and Ron went after Hermione in the first place, causing this mess." Lily sniffed in disdain and said, "With any luck, the professors will just tell them they're lucky they didn't die, and they'll all go to bed. The instance itself should have taught the lot of them about not going to tell teachers when there's a problem." Remus was shaking his head at all of them, really, and they laughed at him for asking questions they didn't know the answer to. Lily was the worst one about speculating what was going to happen. Sirius came to roughly the same conclusion and decided the book would give him the answer. "I hope Hermione didn't go into shock," Lily said with real concern. After all, Hermione was the victim in all of this, and she should have started moving by now. "She got to her feet. I think she'll manage," James said bracingly. Four jaws dropped in disbelief at Hermione coming to quite quickly, in fact, to tell a bold-faced lie. Harry startled them all out of it by laughing. This Hermione, who through this whole ordeal has done nothing but preach about the rules, just lied to a teacher, Remus said in fascination. Okay, I will officially admit, I had her pegged wrong, Sirius said, feeling like joining in Harry's laughter. Well, I've decided I like her, James agreed, beginning to feel a little more normal again. Lily just shook her head at the lot of them. Was that what it took to impress them? Well, of course. She was thinking about the marauders. Lying to teachers was second nature to them. Sirius now read on in light tones, feeling confident the danger truly had passed now. All true, Remus agreed with the way Hermione spun the tale, now beaming at the book. Though I do wonder if she knows they were the ones who locked her up in there with it. She does, Harry said. Then he blinked and began rubbing his temple gently. You remember something? James asked eagerly. Harry nodded absently, saying, Yes, we talked about it the next morning. Hermione had mentioned something about the odds of it finding her, and I blurted out an apology. Then Ron hit me on the shoulder, but we told her the truth. She still thanked us for it, though, saying she didn't blame us. The longer Harry talked, the brighter his smile was. These two very solid memories of this girl, saving her from the troll and the talk about it next morning, meant that he had to have been right. His gut had told him on the train this girl was a friend. Now he finally had proof of this. I take back all the things I said about her then, Sirius said sincerely. James and Remus both nodded eagerly in agreement, then Sirius pressed on happily. If it's anything like your face in here pretending, I doubt McGonagall really bought it, James laughed, feeling happy he could do so again. Well, since the one time Snape did hand out treats, most of Gryffindor House was sent to the hospital wing with boils. I wouldn't trust it, James said, but added on. But you'd be surprised what saving someone's life will do to a personality change. Harry gave his dad an odd look. He had said this as if he had first-hand experience in the matter, but Sirius was already reading on, a bit red in the face. That's it. That's all she took from you. 5 points. Lily yelped in shock. Like James said, Remus defended with a shrug. I think McGonagall knows Hermione was lying. Instead of badgering the truth out of all of them, she punished her for the lie, and now she's going to send them all off. Lily didn't look very happy, but decided to let it go. Now all four adults had to admit they were rather surprised at this. They hadn't at all seen coming she'd still reward Harry and Ron for their actions in all this. Now, why didn't McGonagall ever reward us for our stunts? Sirius pouted without really meaning it. Who knows, maybe if he had taken on a troll, she would have. Yeah, no, probably not. Don't even get me started on that, Lily threatened, still unable to believe how lax McGonagall seemed to be with how Harry had been acting. James and Remus were just kind of stunned into silence like Sirius. Never in their school life had they seen her reward this kind of thing. General laughter filled the living room now. It felt good to laugh again after 2 very stressful chapters in a row, and Harry's inane comment about finally getting away from something as silly as a smell after all that was a blessing. You're lucky you weren't killed, Lily grumbled to herself in reprimand of Ron even if he wasn't here. No, I doubt Hermione's life factored in after it chose the room, Remus corrected. After all, he did go in there first. I doubt he would have noticed the door was locked till much after the fact. Harry nodded, feeling a bit relieved. He really had been feeling guilty for this. All 3 boys were smiling at this. They had already apologized for their initial feelings towards this girl and were now ecstatic that they had been wrong. Harry had another friend, someone else who could help him through what was obviously going to be quite a time at school, and a bloody smart one at that. All getting detention on your first night at school and winding up outside the Forbidden Forest is another, James agreed. But yours works too. Both Harry and Lily gave appreciative laughs at this, and Harry determined he really wanted to get that whole story eventually, but then Sirius called out, Chapter's over. Harry, did you want to read again? Harry nodded and eagerly reached out for the book. Before he paused to the next chapter, though, he asked, I realize that I don't have my wand. Any chance it was on me when I wound up here? Remus didn't even hesitate as he said, Oh, yes. Sorry about that, precautions and all. Then he dug out the wand and passed it over to Harry. He beamed as he studied his wand for a moment, feeling a warmth tingling his fingers all over again, before tucking it away and picking up for the next chapter. Chapter 12, Quidditch. Chapter text. I don't say it enough, but thank you all to every single person who reads and reviews this. The support honestly helps me so much. One chapter, Lily stated to the ceiling. I just want one chapter where I don't feel like my head's going to explode. Harry gave his mum a sideways look, considering how he felt right now. Content mostly, whereas before he'd felt some high tension in his gut. He certainly felt like something important was going to happen before Christmas, an important memory, but since he couldn't put a finger on what he just said, let's just remember the good parts who. I'm feeling a bit peckish, Sirius said, eyeing the next chapter warily. He really didn't want to think of Harry going back to that dog, and his reaction wasn't exactly reassuring, so he stalled a bit. Anyone up for lunch? Lily was the only one who hesitated. She wanted to keep going, have a nice chapter without a panic attack, but since the boys were already getting up, she decided to follow them into the kitchen. After a nice, comfortable lunch, they were all feeling much better, and only then did Harry read on quickly. The book was hurrying along as well, time skipping along to November, and the Quidditch season beginning. Yes! All four boys cheered. Lee decided that a game of Quidditch, so long as nothing too bad happened, would be a welcome relief. She changed her mind, though, practically at once. I don't like this, Lily said at once. She hadn't even considered the first game of the season and who Harry would be facing until she was reminded of it. Relax, Lily, James brushed her off. Yeah, I know, Slytherin isn't my favorite house, but Harry doesn't seem to have a grudge with any of them except Malfoy. I'm sure it will be a fairly simple game. Harry wanted to disagree. He had a rather odd feeling that he was about to be tossed around by something, but his mom actually did relax beside him, so he decided to just keep reading. The whole school knows Harry's the new Seeker. What a conundrum. Could it be that the Gryffindor team didn't have an official Seeker, and that Harry had been sent a broom? Remus asked redundantly. Yeah, but who could make that leap? Sirius chuckled. As Harry's grey pallor grew with the school's jokes of this, James quickly reassured. Don't worry, you've shown nothing but natural talent. If you don't want to hear me say that you'll be brilliant, then at least let me tell you that I'm sure you won't fall off. Harry actually laughed at this, looking relaxed again at once, thanking his dad. Besides, Sirius said brightly, the students aren't allowed to follow you around with a mattress. One year a group of Hufflepuffs got away with a net, but ouch. Sirius sat rubbing his arm, while Remus looked quite pleased with himself. Harry decided to keep going before anyone else could try making him feel better. I'm glad you found Quidditch through the ages, Sirius said. Though if we're being honest, you really should be able to quote that book before you're 10. Does that have something to do with the fact you read him that as his bedtime story every time you babysit? Remus asked slyly. To be fair, so do I, James laughed. Lily couldn't help but smile at this. She could never begrudge her boys for this. The 1473 World Cup sounded like a blast, Remus said in surprise. He hadn't known there were 700 kinds of fouls. Now there's a time I'd like to be teleported back to, Sirius said in reverence. What? Lily yelped. Considering she had stopped attending Quidditch matches after her first year, I never realized Seekers got the most injuries. Why? Sirius snorted. Weren't you at, like, every game? No, Lily snapped. I went first year for the fun of the game, until James started using it as an excuse to sit by me. So starting second year I avoided the pitch at all costs. I only started going again 7th year. In professional games, James began loudly, to explain Harry's very confused look, not realizing it was for the avoiding his dad comment. Sure, in the school's game, the beaters will try to knock them off when they get close to the snitch. But it takes years for Quidditch players to hone the skill of keeping an eye on all the players at once. Only the pros notice the subtle ways Seekers react, and then they attack preemptively, causing quite a bit of damage. Not even 7th years are quite that good. Lily couldn't decide what impressed her more, James' logic that actually made sense, or the fact that he was actually able to calm her down. Again, the referees thankfully never disappeared at random happened at Hogwarts, Remus laughed. Sent a Quidditch captain through a vanishing cabinet once, never found out where he ended up, but he did deserve it, Sirius said brightly. Please tell me he came back, Lily asked. He might have, James said lightly. Why on earth would we know? Lily just sighed and decided to let it go for now. No way would they be acting so calm about it if anything too bad had happened. Well, that's a relief, Sirius said brightly. Hermione wouldn't have been as much fun if she hadn't relaxed about that rules thing. Harry gave him a sideways look, but couldn't find anything wrong with that statement. Wow, James laughed. Hermione's really already begun second-year spells. The Bluebell Flame isn't that hard, Remus scoffed. You mastered defense spells the fastest, so we don't need to hear this from you. Sirius rolled his eyes, though he did wish one of them had come up with the idea of putting it in a jar, could have had some fun with that. Harry was smiling in fond remembrance at the memories of just hanging around with his friends, but there was something about Hermione and this blue fire he thought he should remember. Perhaps he had just been as impressed with the magic as the adults were. Why? Lily asked lightly. She was still not very pleased about the way Snape had treated Harry his first potions lesson, but since none others had been mentioned since, she hoped that he had lessened the comments on her son. She certainly still cared enough about her old friend to question why he was limping. Oh, don't start that, James groaned. We've already got Remus asking those kinds of questions. Lily huffed and politely asked Harry to go on. Technically, the fire isn't against school rules, Lily said. You are allowed to practice on the grounds so long as you don't have to be in any classes. Snape looking for an excuse to get others into trouble, not that I remember, James muttered to himself. Books not allowed outside. Then he should have been in detention every day of the week, Remus spat in disgust. That isn't even a rule, Lily snapped. James and Sirius felt delighted that these two had been the one to point this out, since they felt that if they had, Lily might have snapped at them about it. Not even Lily could muster up anger at Ron's comment about his leg hurting, though she didn't go so far as to agreeing with him like the boys did. All three boys winced, not really wanting this awful reminder that Harry simply couldn't write to them and ask for a copy they knew one of them would have of Quidditch through the ages. Or more preferably, they would simply march up to school and take the book back for Harry. No, Snape couldn't refuse you if you confronted him in the staff room, James agreed happily, because it isn't an actual rule. There's my smart pup, Sirius added happily. Was a student getting told off? Remus asked with interest, not sure what other horrible sight could be in the teacher's lounge. Snape and Filch in the same room, eh? Conspiring to put the student body in detention, I'm sure, James muttered. Oh dear, Lily frowned, genuine concern lighting her features at the news of bandages and a mangled limb. Perhaps an accident in potions class, Remus speculated. Then why wouldn't he fix it himself? Sirius rebutted. He's not that incompetent. Again, one of the nicest things you've ever said about him, Lily said in approval. Harry was frowning, rubbing his temple again. There was something he should remember about this, something about the dog. He decided to simply read on rather than pressure himself again. All four adults looked at each other, puzzled by the comment of three heads and why Snape would be around that dog, but then Lily reminded them, we never did find out why Snape was up there, but we did agree he was checking on the dog. Perhaps things got out of hand. Was he injured when he showed up in the bathroom? James asked Harry. Harry puzzled for a moment, trying to remember back and saying slowly, I think so, yeah. I wasn't exactly watching him walk, and he sat down ignoring me during all the classes afterwards, so I can't say for sure. Lily nodded and decided that was good enough for her. The other three just admitted they didn't have any other reasonable option. Now that was very brave, Sirius laughed. You caught him with his pants down and still asked for your book. Was a bit overtly rude, though, Lily huffed. That was quite the overreaction for Snape to just start shouting. James was scowling at the thought of Snivellus yelling at his son like that. He wasn't feeling as much pity like he was earlier. Harry wasn't paying them much mind, happy the book had gone right to his telling Ron and Hermione his conclusion of the events. After it, Lily spluttered, now that's going too far. Harry frowned over at her, still not able to understand why she seemed so defensive of Snape this whole time. Then the boys backed her up, Remus saying, Yeah, I've got to agree with her there, Harry. Dumbledore trusts him, and despite his questionable past, I doubt even he would try and steal something from the school right under his nose. James and Sirius shared a look before verbally agreeing with their friend. They really didn't like him, and most likely never would, but even they couldn't see that. Harry frowned, not really appreciating this, but as he had no hard evidence and their reasons did make sense, he let it go for now. Despite my evidence that he's got troll blood in him, Sirius said sadly. Again, I've got to say not. One Nimbus 2000, please. He even held out his hand towards Harry. Harry actually laughed then, mostly because he felt in his gut that Sirius was right. That feeling hadn't led him astray so far, and he trusted these people. Why stop now? He continued in more confusion, though, onto Hermione's argument of why Snape couldn't be the suspect, though they all clearly agreed with Ron on what that dog could be arguing. A question I'd still like answered, they all agreed. His ugly mug will give anyone nightmares. James tried to laugh off the idea a teacher of his was giving his son nightmares. James, Lily snapped on instinct. James surrendered at once, though still not fully able to hide his smirk. Why do we keep missing on all the good chapters? Sirius groaned as Harry's first Quidditch game was a humongous deal, possibly the largest yet. I'll trade you, Harry, James offered. No way, Lily said at once. He's halfway through. Both boys huffed and crossed their arms in an almost pouting gesture. Maybe it's best you don't eat then, Remus agreed. I'd hate for you to be sick. That wasn't comforting at all, Harry told him with a straight face. He wasn't as nervous now as he was then, but he truly did want to do a good job during this game. If he was being honest with himself, he hoped he did a good job just for the sake of seeing how happy his family would be if he won. Remus actually looked a bit embarrassed at this, so Harry said, but it was good advice, which I'm pretty sure I use. Then he read on. Lily huffed, wondering if James might have been lying to her, just a bit, to make her feel better about that seeker getting hurt the most fact. Even other students were saying it now. Too late now, though. Well, at least your advice was better than that, Harry told Remus, who both started laughing. Can't count how many times Peter and I broke our binoculars, Remus said with fond remembrance. The high of watching from the stands, something happening even higher above their head, often caused even higher emotions. Thank goodness for the Reparo charm, then, James laughed. A bedsheet banner, that's so sweet, Lily said at once, happier than anything that there were people there to cheer on her son. All of the boys had to admit that, yeah, that was a really sweet thing for Harry's classmates to have done. Well, doesn't change his speech, James asked. Sirius just shrugged, though he had to agree that would get boring. I thought Ron said Charlie was Quidditch captain, though, Remus asked. Why would they know his speech? This should be his first year as captain. Oliver was co-captain, Harry said, as he had asked the same thing later that night, and since it was Charlie's last year there, he let Oliver give the pep talks to the team. Oh yeah, the or else look, Remus laughed lightly. Now that look I know all too well, both James and Sirius coursed. Harry's questioning look, James explained. The Quidditch captain, when we joined the team in our second year, guy named Vosper, was a bit of a fanatic. That's putting it lightly, Sirius laughed, but considering he went to play for England, it clearly paid off. Oh, I wouldn't put it past him to have some trollish blood, James snickered. Lily beamed, clearly that banner meant just as much to Harry as it had to her for him to be saying it made him feel lighter. The second the game began. Yes. All three boys said eagerly. It had been far too long since they'd heard a proper game of Quidditch. The last World Cup had been 7 years ago. Since it had happened in Syria, only James and his parents had been able to go. The other boys' families hadn't been able to make it, for various independent reasons. Of course, they all listened in on the wireless to every game. It was going to be a thrill to see their little Harry in action for the first time. Brilliant, Remus laughed at such commentary from Lee Jordan. Oh, I'm going to like him, James and Sirius agreed. Though I still doubt he could beat you out, Mooney, Sirius added on. Remus beamed at his friends, privately thinking they were probably biased, but flattered all the same. The news of Katie being hit in the back of the head with a bludger wasn't taken as well. What? All four of them yelped in concern. But Harry quickly reassured them. It was a glancing blow. She just lost hold of the quaffle. Seeing them all relax, Harry quickly kept going to Gryffindor's first score. Yes, all five of them cheered. Even Lily couldn't deny she was enjoying this, as this was exactly what she had been hoping for. A nice relief from the death in the previous 2 chapters anyways. What? All four of them said in confusion to some random switch to the crowd. Harry was looking genuinely confused. He had no idea, but he kept going. Oh, Remus said, blinking a moment before readjusting. It just switched point of views again. Ah, the others said, just a little thrown off since this hadn't happened since the beginning of the book. Harry quickly readjusted and read on. Always a good plan, James agreed with Wood's strategy for Harry's serious frown at one of the Weasley siblings wearing a wristwatch, saying, Now they really should have known better. They're only third years, Remus defended. Sirius easily let it go. Rookie mistake it was, but he couldn't claim he'd never made those either. All the conversation you really can have up there, Sirius agreed with a slight laugh. Now that was just a dumb mistake, Remus agreed. Pusey dropping the quaffle in the middle of the game felt ridiculous. You do have to maintain some focus on your own job. All three boys were too hyper for Harry's first catch to say what idiots those people were for not paying attention to their own part of the game like the other play's shoulder have been. Honestly, they would have been the same way stopping in midair to watch, but perhaps they were biased. Oh no, Lily paled at once. Wham could never mean anything good. Harry kept reading quickly. There was no point in worrying them when he knew he hadn't been hurt badly. Foul, all three boys cried in outrage. James adding hotly, that's blatching. A chaser's not allowed to block the seeker. The two should never even intersect. Smiling at them for his defense, Harry still kept reading, this time to soothe their nerves. At least that's fair, Lily said for them when the foul was indeed called. They nodded, only slightly appeased. I feel so smart, James said with pride when Ron was the one to ask what a red card was instead of him for once. He finally wasn't the pure blood in the dock. I'll agree with Hagrid. Maybe a red card should be a thing, Lily muttered. Remus shook his head and said, there's not enough reserve players in the teams for someone to get sent off every time there's a foul. Lily huffed, but let the matter go. Commentator having a problem remaining unbiased. Sounds like someone I know, Sirius muttered to a blushing Remus. Now why does that remind me of someone? James began in an offhand tone of voice, as Jordan kept going in the same style, trying to force back laughter and doing a much worse job of it than Sirius. All right, all of you, Remus said, going even more red in the face. Harry was still laughing at all of them, and determined he would have to hear a full Quidditch story soon, but kept going with his own for now. Never let this Lee kid graduate. James couldn't stop laughing. What? All four of them said in real concern, brooms shouldn't lurch. Did someone run into you again? Lily asked. Harry felt eager now. This was the important thing he had been feeling. Something about his broom bucking him would be important. Glancing up, he saw all of his family's concerned faces, and he quickly said, I'm fine, no permanent injuries. I don't even think this time left a bruise. This time? Lily balked. How many times do you fall off a broom? Harry pursed his lips, but as he wasn't sure he actually wanted to remember that, he decided to keep going. You didn't get a defective model, did you? James asked with worry when the problem only continued to get worse. I would hope not, Sirius snapped, or I'm going to be having some real problems with someone. All three of them agreed viciously. Harry was very happy that he was the one who got this chapter. His voice reading this in such a calm manner seemed to be keeping the other four from really freaking out, though they were all on the edge of their seat with tension. The commentator doesn't notice, Remus said, frowning in agitation. I would think that would be a spectacle, the seeker suddenly playing bucking broom, Lily agreed, nerves coloring her tone. Not even the light humor of Jordan cracking jokes about broken noses could break the tension in the room now. Not even his friends, Lily demanded of no one, but it was growing more maddening by the second no one was seeing this happen to him. Not good, very not good, Sirius muttered. The higher Harry's ascent was described the faster his feet tapped in agitation, like he wanted to bolt to his feet and grab his own broom to stop this. This thing really needs to pick what point of view it wants, Remus grumbled in agitation, as once again focus was switched off Harry, but thankfully to Hagrid, who finally seemed to take notice of this. At least someone noticed, Lily breathed, hoping Hagrid would now realize what was going on and go get one of the teachers. It helped nothing that the next words out of Harry's mouth was the crowd collectively gasping. What? All four demanded when Harry paused for breath. Then baby Harry began crying again. Remus had a hard time calming him down again. This really was becoming too frequent for the poor kid. I'm fine, Harry repeated soothingly, then hurried on so as not to keep them worried that he was in fact still holding on to his wild ride with one hand. Exactly how high up were you by then? Lily demanded, not even noticing the way her voice cracked, or how high it was. Not a scratch, remember, Harry reminded, managing to avoid answering. No, James said at once, as if Seamus was in the room asking if this was Flint's doing. Diverting his attention for the time being, it helped to speak to Harry for a moment. It takes very powerful, dark magic to. He trailed off, losing all color as he realized what he was saying. It must have been a dark wizard who let that troll in, Sirius whispered through numb lips. A holiday is one thing, but this is a school event in the middle of the year, Remus muttered. Instead of fear creeping up in him, though, he was getting mad. He trusted Dumbledore. He was the only headmaster who would have ever given a werewolf a chance to attend school like a normal child, and so he had to trust his judgment about this as well. He said so aloud. If Dumbledore trusts Snape, then I think we shouldn't start pointing fingers, he began, but at the confounded looks his two mates were giving him, he hurried on. But if Snape really did pull one over on him, then I get a crack at him. Lily's lower lip was trembling. Yes, she'd heard the rumors same as them, more probably since she kept an ear out, and went into the public wizarding world more than all three of them. Yet deep down, she had hoped they were just that, rumors. If she found out that Severus really had her thoughts were cut short, as Harry said, "What on earth are you lot talking about? What exactly did Snape do?" There was clearly a history here, and he really wanted to know what it was. He hadn't ever realized he'd never gotten his explanation earlier. He'd been so distracted. Clearly no one else had wanted to bring it up, as it was such a sore subject that they all started to flinch away again. Sucking in a deep breath, Lily whispered, "Harry, dear, that really is a long story, but—" she began when Harry looked about arguing. "I promise we will tell you after this chapter. I think these are things you should know. Right now, though, I'd still like to hear your feet are safe on the ground again." Or no already, he thought to himself, rubbing his temple again. They were all implying something, and it was that old memory pain again. He should know the answer, know exactly what they were talking about, but the information was lost to him, for now. James, Remus, and Sirius all exchanged dark looks, unable to decide if they were angrier at what this book was implying Snape was trying to do, or more upset at Lily's reaction, or lack thereof in their opinion. "No," Lily hissed, still refusing to believe it, no matter what Hermione spotted across the crowd. "Harry, keep reading," she instructed when it looked like the three boys were about to explode. Why that James began at the top of his lungs, mind you, so before he could get any farther, Remus bolted out of the room, the baby in his arms. He made his way quickly upstairs, set up a monitory spell, and then delayed even longer by checking the diaper and doing other sorts of things that really didn't need doing right at this moment. Still, it did what he had intended, calmed him down. In that moment, when he heard that Severus Snape was cursing Harry, his little cub, he was angrier than he had been in his entire life. He had been outraged when he found out Harry had been locked up in a cupboard, disgusted at the treatment he had to endure after this. And yes, even beyond reproach with fury at Harry nearly losing his life by a three-headed dog, and not 2 months later, a troll. Through all of that, though, he could handle. He could control himself by telling his nature that Harry was fine, sitting right across the room from him, safe and comfortable. Not to mention the perpetrators for all of those crimes were out of his reach. If he attacked a house of muggles, he would be killed for sure. They wouldn't even consider Azkaban for his kind. The two monsters could be anywhere in the world at this moment in time, and even then he couldn't blame the beasts for their actions. They were mindless monsters. Severus Snape was attacking Harry. That one thought just kept circling round and round in his head like a death drum roll. He knew how to get a hold of Snape right now. Knew well and good that he had a grudge against Harry, simply for living. Yet never in all his life would he have attached that to attempting to kill the innocent boy. His hand was curled into a fist in his hair, the pain grounding him slightly, when a small little fist tapped it. Blinking the red out of his eyes, he glanced down at the baby in his arms. Remus loved Harry, loved him like he was his own. Remus could never have children of his own. He would never dream of it, so for all intents and purposes, he thought of Harry as his own. When James had told the three of them that his wife was pregnant, he had turned to Remus first, offering him the title of godfather. It was because all three of his friends knew what Remus did, that he most likely would never settle down, never have his own family. It had just seemed right to make him the official part of Harry's life. Remus had to actually remind his friends, though, that he legally couldn't. The ministry would never allow such a thing. That moment, however, had changed his life. That very day he had intended to tell his friends that he was going to get a job at Gringotts as a curse breaker. Then, after hearing James' wishes, he had changed his mind. James, while still unemployed, was looking about to get an aura job. Though Moody didn't think much of him, James was making leaps and bounds to prove himself. Sirius was having to prove himself too, though in a different way, proving to the ministry that in these dark times, a black was refusing to join the rest of his family in Voldemort's ways. Peter, as one of the smallest and sneakiest of the group, was practically on call for the Order of the Phoenix, while Lily only had a week left before her maternity leave ended, and she would have to go back to her full-time job of working at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Thinking about all of this, his friends, family, and the little baby cuddled up in his arms managed to calm him down. He was right to have left the room, since even now he could hear yelling below, and he never would have been able to control his temper. The monster within his mind muttered snidely, down there. Feeling much calmer, though still murderous and willing to help in any way that James and Sirius would allow, he put the toddler, whose eyes were growing heavier by the second, down into his crib for a nice long nap, put up a few spells to alert them downstairs when he woke up, then made his way back downstairs. The scene he walked in on gave him a brief pause. Lily and James were yelling in each other's faces, and Sirius had his wand out and was barking at Harry that he needed to move now. The spat between the married couple was familiar enough. Those two had argued almost constantly while at school. Granted, they still argued almost constantly now when they were married, but it was certainly in lighter tones than what he was witnessing now. Harry and Sirius' argument, on the other hand, looked far more pressing, so he quickly made his way over there, putting his hand on Sirius' shoulder and whispering, "You know he's right. We cannot do anything about it now." Sirius made to pull away, but then his grip tightened all the more on his shoulder, and he said in more forceful tones, "I know you want to kill that bastard, and so do I, but getting thrown in Azkaban right now won't solve anything. We'll keep our word to Harry and finish these books before we take care of him, all of them." Sirius was still shaking, but he looked a mite bit calmer as he turned flashing eyes on him. Breathing like a wounded animal, he said, "We didn't promise not to kill anyone else, just those Dursleys." "I said," Harry jumped in quickly, "you wouldn't leave the house until we were done. You promised Sirius, please." Whatever lingering feelings Remus may have had about wanting to leave as well dissolved the second he looked into Harry's bright green eyes. He looked near tears. He seemed truly frightened. Not of them, though, but of them leaving. Whether it was an abandonment issue, highly possible given the boy's living conditions or lack thereof, or just a fear of the unknown outside this house, neither of them could guess. Still, they both agreed, and then Sirius turned to him and whispered back, "I'm sorry I didn't," he began, but Remus cut him off, saying with a small smile, "Don't be. Harry's always been able to calm me down, and apparently he always will." The two friends shared a genuine smile before turning to the bickering couple. Neither had drawn their wand yet, which was small consolation for the row they were having. Remus went over to James, while Harry began talking softly to his mother. James was angrier than Remus had ever seen him, and who could blame him, but he made the same argument to this friend as he had with the other. James didn't exactly calm down, but he did stomp over to the armchair and flop into it, not looking at anyone in the room. Lily took a bit more convincing. Remus wasn't even sure where she stood in all of this, since he hadn't been listening to the actual words in their argument. But Sheeta finally sat back down, throwing a nasty look over at James, just to make sure her feelings were clear to him. Harry finally breathed in relief, looking around at all four of them, before sinking into the couch beside his mom. Guess he really should have remembered something like this beforehand. Still, it was quite a shock to him as well. Yet he couldn't shake this feeling, something he would never speak aloud to anyone in this room for fear he was wrong, that he didn't think Snape had done this. Why, though? There was no other suspect. Who else could it be? Taking a deep, long breath, Harry managed to continue reading. It was a testament to how tense the atmosphere was that no one made the comment at how much they appreciated the twins' actions, circling below Harry like that. It's what any good teammate would do after all. All four breathed a silent bit of relief. At least this wouldn't end so badly. Even if Harry did fall now, they all had confidence these two would catch him. James screwed up his face when attention was actually diverted to Flint, still trying to play the game. But he was still too keyed up to comment on this open and blatant disrespect of the game, and especially his son's life. Harry felt like his seat was on fire through Hermione's journey through the stands, and he understood why his brain offered the idea when he read of what Hermione did to help him. Now all three boys smiled vindictively. Lighting Snape on fire was the least of that man's worries, and it would certainly do the trick of breaking his eye contact. None of them glanced over towards Lily to see her reaction. Pity that she took it with her when she left. Sirius broke the silence, wishing Hermione had let that fire burn far longer. Lily still couldn't bring it in herself to open her mouth, though. Compassionate lad, James said. A small, barely visible smile made its way onto him. Neville breaking down like that amongst everything else going on was probably the one lone thing to distract him at a moment like this. Still angrier than he would probably ever be in his life. But Harry had just said he was safe and back on his broom. He could breathe a bit easier now. I hope you start hanging out with him a bit more, Harry. Harry briefly glanced up, smiling at his dad and deciding to say, yeah, I may not be as close to Neville as I am with Ron and Hermione, but I really feel like we are friends. He went back reading with more unease, though. Landing as he did wasn't exactly making him feel better. All four of them winced at that, not blaming him in the least for coughing, which may well lead to something worse coming out. That had been quite a stunt after all. Lily even privately thought that if anyone made fun of him for vomiting, she would probably praise Harry for standing up to them. None of them expected that glint of gold to be mentioned. What? The tension finally began seeping out of the room as all four of them spoke in unison again. Lily pursed her lips back up, though, when James threw her a haughty look, but Remus and Sirius leaned in eagerly, Remus saying, "You can't mean—" "Oh, I think he does," Sirius said eagerly at the look on Harry's face. All four of them were still angry beyond belief, but finally had to acknowledge that, like with the Dursleys, they couldn't do anything about it now. So they would accept this, and in the meantime think of new ways to get away with murder. Harry read on eagerly to the showering of praise. His win got him on the field. "That's going in the books," Remus cheered, while James and Sirius looked like they were going to tackle Harry to the ground, hugging him. Laughing with glee, all four boys spent a good 10 minutes talking about the good, highlight points of the game, Harry adding in a few details the book had left out. Lily sat back, smiling slightly at them all. They all avoided a topic that could cause strife to begin again, and as soon as it appeared they were running out of steam on the subject, Harry hurried on, ignoring another feeling in his gut. That snitch was important. Why, though? Because it was his first catch. He would just have to believe that for now, no matter what his organ told him. "It still counts," James said in a sing-song voice. Nothing Flint or anyone said was going to take that away from Harry. They were honestly surprised to hear him being in Hagrid's next. "Not the way one usually enjoys a victory," Sirius said indulgently. "But as it's Hagrid, we'll allow this," Remus finished for him. Then they both cracked up laughing, finally feeling like themselves again. It didn't last long. Hagrid's reaction to the news of Snape attacking Harry felt like the worst possible reaction right now, considering all Lily had, or really hadn't, been saying. Swallowing bile, none of them made to say a word. If they were stuck in the house with each other until these books were over, they should probably at least try to avoid killing Lily, who didn't look any more up to chatting than they did. "Fluffy," they all said, looking faint. "He named it Fluffy," Remus repeated. "Cerberus is a Rottweiler with 3 heads. They're not even fluffy dogs," Sirius yelped. "That's what you caught on?" James demanded, fighting back a smile. His two friends smiled at him, happy to see he was shaking off the visages of his fight as well. "Now why would you interrupt him?" Remus demanded. "If you'd said nothing, he probably would have just kept talking and told you." "I was eager, and he was already starting to trail off," Harry shrugged. "They didn't ask you to talk about this guarding business to begin with," Lily finally spoke up, avoiding every eye in the room. "He just asked about the name of the dog. You were the one who was about to tell him." Silence for a long, drawn-out moment before James finally spoke up. "Yeah, Hagrid, you can't tell Harry not to ask a question he never asked." The couple shared another long moment to simply stare at one another, and Harry only began reading again when the two started smiling at each other. The moment Snape's name was brought up, they broke eye contact, and looked to opposite corners of the room again. Harry really wanted to get this chapter over with already. It did make him feel slightly better that Hermione was on his and Ron's side now about Snape. Talk about an understatement, Remus muttered. Hermione's know-it-all bit finally came in handy, Sirius said in genuine and pleasured surprise. He wouldn't expect an 11-year-old to know about jinxing someone and eye contact. Again, I will say, why did you cut him off? Remus actually laughed this time at Harry continuing to do that. Harry smiled to himself, but didn't speak aloud what he was thinking, since the others looked like they were finally heading towards a good mood again. Privately, he was thinking that he had blurted just then for the same reason he had blurted out that thing about motorcycles back during Dudley's birthday. He had simply learned, and hadn't unlearned yet like he had now, that nobody listened to him when he talked. So when he had interrupted Hagrid, he had been talking to himself more than anything. The exclamation of surprise probably hadn't helped much, though. Instead, he just shrugged by way of answer and read the last sentence. Why would Hagrid be furious with himself mentioning Nicola's flame? James asked. He's just some old alchemist. How do you know? Lily demanded. He's got a chocolate frog card, but it's super rare. I think they made like 5. Plus, he's also mentioned on Dumbledore's. Of course you know that, she said to the ceiling. Harry beamed at the pair, pleased beyond measure that they were still talking to each other, and passed the book to his mom, saying, "Chapter's over. Did you want to read?"